watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Well, good morning to you. Welcome into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Wymer, and thanks for joining us on this Tuesday morning, live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Facebook. We've got a lot of things going on today. A number of news conferences throughout the afternoon. We've got Blazin Golia, the state CFO, getting ready to speak in Boca Raton. We're going to hear from Attorney General James Uthmeier and a number of officials coming up a little bit later in Miami. But we also just heard from Governor Ron DeSantis a few minutes ago in Winter Haven. So we'll get you caught up on all of that. But the big news at 11 o'clock here on this Tuesday is our first cone of the Atlantic hurricane season. And so joining me live now to talk about this is Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Brooks Garner. And Brooks, this is that system that we've been watching in the Gulf, but some interesting developments this morning.
Yes, so the National Hurricane Center, as of their 11 a.m. advisory, which is happening right now, literally 45 seconds ago, issued their first cone for what they're calling potential tropical system number 1. Now, this is a system that has not yet formed, but is about to form. They're almost certain that it's going to happen. And by issuing this potential tropical system cone showing where it is and where it's going, allows them to go ahead and initiate advisories out ahead of time to give folks a little bit more heads up rather than having to just wait ad nauseum until it physically becomes a tropical system and then maybe has less than 12 or 18 hours before it actually maybe makes a landfall. So in this case, it's going to hug the Texas coastline and in doing so produce flooding rains and tropical storm conditions, especially to the near offshore waters. So looking at the swirl right now, it's actually over land. It's west of Corpus Christi. And we've seen this on occasion before where a tropical system will form over land if it's adjacent to water. A recent example of this was Tropical Storm Julia in 2016. Looking at my records, also Tropical Storm Beryl in 1988. There's something called a brown ocean effect, and the system essentially thinks it's over the ocean because there's been a lot of recent rains in South Texas and in East Texas, and as it evaporates with the heating of the day, it introduces really dense water vapor into the atmosphere as if it was sitting over a tropical ocean. And like I said, it's also adjacent to the warm Western Gulf, and so that allows feeder bands to transport in tropical air into this system, which officially is not yet a tropical storm, but could be inside of the next day or so. So here's the latest advisory. It's located at 27 degrees north, 98 degrees west, which is going to be between Corpus Christi and South Padre Island, kind of near the King's Ranch, if you know that part of Texas. Winds right now are 30 miles per hour. It's moving northeast at 6. Now, on that vector and trajectory, it's expected to become a tropical depression as soon as this evening by 8 p.m. and a tropical storm as soon as tomorrow morning. Tropical storm meaning it has sustained winds of at least 39 miles per hour. The name of the storm would be Arthur, and from there it'll drift northeastward toward Beaumont, Texas, and Orange, Texas, and eventually cross the Sabine River toward Lafayette and make its way into Alexandria, Louisiana, and then push into Mississippi. Now, early season tropical systems like this are not especially known for their wind potential, but they are known for their rain potential. And anywhere basically along and east of this cone will experience flooding rains. Now, the spaghetti models agree that this will head toward the northeast, eventually toward Georgia and the Carolinas this weekend. We'll be on technically the right-hand side of wherever this tracks. So we also will be subject to an increase in tropical air, which will lead to heavier rain potential when we get our storms this weekend associated with our typical rainy season afternoon storms. They'll be juiced up because of the presence of what then should be the remnants of Arthur. So as far as the rain forecast goes, there will likely be a swath from Galveston, Texas, Surfside, Texas, up through Beaumont, all the way into Orange, Texas, Sabine River region, Louisiana, Lafayette, into maybe areas west of New Orleans, Houma, Louisiana, heading into Mississippi, looking at some of the towns there. They could see in excess of 9 to 12 inches of rain. So a real soaker, which is actually great news for this region because like us, the south central U.S. has been embattled in a seemingly never-ending drought. Arthur is the first name of the 2026 Atlantic hurricane season, and it looks like we are just 12 to 18 hours away from Arthur officially being born. So the hurricane season has activated here across the Atlantic officially. All right, over the next 12 hours, our big weather story. Gary, you want to talk about the heat? Do we have time to talk about the heat?
Yeah, we got time. Let's talk about the heat.
Our big weather story is the heat. So we're going to top out today about 94 degrees, but with the humidity, which is really high thanks to a southwest flow, it's going to feel like it's 106 degrees. That is going to lead to some scattered, really heavy downpours this afternoon. Downpours, by definition, are heavy, but these will be especially torrential. It'll feel like 107 in Melbourne today, 106 in Titusville, right on the edge of heat advisory criteria. So we're basically there. This is August heat. Here's a look at future clouds and radar. With this deep tropical air in place, we could see, especially favoring the I-95 corridor, some isolated storms that could drop a quick 2 or 3 inches of rain and produce some pretty big lightning and loud thunder through dinner time. We might even see a resurgence of some of this heavy rain around Seminole County, maybe as close as Sanford or Geneva, and then it all moves away. A much better chance rain comes our way for Thursday of this week, as that persistent southwest flow, which will keep us hotter than normal, more humid than normal, and really pushes the storms to the Atlantic coast. That'll weaken briefly Thursday, allowing for the storms to become a lot more prolific, a lot more widespread across the Orlando area. So it's just going to be really hot. I mean, 96 Thursday, it's going to feel like 108 degrees. It's going to be toasty. And as we head into the weekend, we'll start feeling the effects of some of that moisture from what then will be the remnants of Arthur passing by to our north, and that for Father's Day weekend should provide an ample opportunity for some scattered to times numerous afternoon thunderstorms that we typically see in the summertime, but with a little bit more fuel for the fire of those downpours. So yeah, Garrett, this is a significant time looking at this first cone of the season that has been issued by the National Hurricane Center. If you are unfamiliar, this concept of a potential tropical system has only been something that they've employed for the last couple of seasons, really precipitated after Hurricane Sandy in 2012. As Sandy dissipated, they removed the cone and basically dropped all the advisories. And so folks there were arguably less prepared than if they had maintained the hurricane warnings and stuff like that. So it's really a communication tool so that people in Corpus Christi and in Houston and Galveston and Beaumont can have the heads up that, yeah, there's a tropical storm watch or tropical storm warning now that's going to be issued, and they can take precautions accordingly for marinas and whoever else needs to prepare.
With the main impacts, like you said, being just heavy rain.
Very heavy rain, not so much a wind impact, thankfully, but there's a lot of shipping that goes on, of course, into Galveston Bay with the oil industry. So there's oftentimes when you have a storm in the Gulf, there can be some issues with futures and all that stuff. The commodity of oil and gas and prices can spike. This doesn't look to be one of those storms. This is just going to be a good old heavy rain for that area, but that's the last thing they need. Coastal Texas has had nothing but rain for the last 60 days, and this is just going to cause flooding. It's going to be a problem for a lot of folks there.
Interesting to see, you kind of show us how it's going to impact us here, even though, the track of it doesn't bring it over here.
It's fascinating to track the slug of moisture associated with this. If you think about what a tropical system is, the purpose of a tropical storm or a hurricane is to transport energy from the equatorial regions of the world to the polar regions, diffusing the energy, helping the world to equalize itself. One method that the world does that is through the transport of latent heat. Now, not to get too technical, but a water droplet is like a delivery package where instead of something you got off of Amazon inside of the box, you've got heat, and it's being transported from point A to point B. So the atmosphere is shipping that heat to a northern latitude. And so that's essentially what tropical systems are. They're very efficient ways of the atmosphere to transport excess heat from the equator in the equatorial latitudes to a farther northern latitude, and it does so through the transport of latent heat, water droplets, but the side impact is that there's a lot of rain associated with that heat transport. But that's all part of the way that the atmosphere diffuses and equalizes, and it can spin up into these grand cyclones. So it's interesting to look at like the big picture. And so what we do is we track those water droplets. They call it, well, I say they, we as meteorologists, I don't know, I'm trying to disassociate myself. We call it, it's just such a wonky term, so I'm trying to put myself aside from that. It's called a precipitable water. And you look at the atmosphere from 40,000 feet to the surface, and you look at how much water is in that column, and while that column evaporates, you can't see it. It's just clouds, and you can breathe it. If you were to take it all and put it into a beaker, it'd be like 3 inches deep. which doesn't sound like much, but that's all that water squished into a beaker, and that's actually a lot of water because usually it's only about an inch deep. So there's up to 3 times more water vapor in a parcel, and you can actually track that air mass from point A to point B. And we're going to find ourselves on the southern periphery of that point B this weekend, which will be that increase in atmospheric humidity that should help to juice up and produce heavier rain inside of thunderstorms. So it's a fascinating process about, a lot of people are like, well, why do we get hurricanes? Like, what's the point of them? What's the purpose? It's not just to inflict pain on the people below. It's a worldwide distribution system of transporting heat from the equator to the poles. And it's fascinating how it manifests. Yeah, interesting stuff there. And we'll be preparing for, some of those heavier rains again this coming weekend. Yeah, so here we go. The hurricane season has now effectively begun. Yep, it's here, that's for sure. Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Brooks Garner, thanks for joining us. You got it, Garrett. My pleasure as always. Thank you. As we go to break here on Fox 35 News Plus, I want to give you a live look right now at Daytona Beach from our Hard Rock Hotel camera. We'll be right back.
Reporting the roll and pitch program, which puts Apollo 11 on a proper heading.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Wymer here. I want to get you to Boca Raton right now, where Blazin Golia, the state's chief financial officer, is holding a news conference, releasing the results of another FAFO audit looking at spending of local governments. He has been on this push once again with renewed fervor in the aftermath of the legislature approving this property tax amendment to go on your ballot in November, talking about spending and what he wants to see local governments across the state cut back in order to make it more feasible for this if it goes through, the increased homestead exemption, which would essentially cut property taxes for a hefty, significant portion of the population here in Florida. So let's go ahead and listen in as CFO Blazin Golia speaks live right now in South Florida.
This is not a crazy number because many governments were under inflation in population. The fact of the matter is they took all the property tax revenue, they took it, never once thought about giving it back to the taxpayers, and they just took it and expanded government. They went over that indexed value by $443.2 million. So I also want to be crystal clear about this. When we say that we're adding for inflation and population and the extra buffer, this is important. because the big government apologists and the people who are going out hitting the airwaves now saying that they cannot afford a property tax cut without cutting services, I'm sure you all heard it. The parade of horribles that come with it. When we index forward saying that we are adding for inflation and population growth and the buffer, we are accounting for increased fire and law enforcement. We are accounting for raises for employees. We are accounting for increased costs of government. So when we go through this exercise, all of that stuff is accounted for. And Palm Beach County wastefully, excessively, and needlessly spent $443 million more than what we think that they actually needed to run government. Now, they're going to say that, again, the numbers don't make sense. They make sense. They're going to say that we're not being transparent with the numbers. There are the numbers. They're going to say that it doesn't make any sense because they need all that extra money for all the population that is coming in. Nope, we've already accounted for that also. There's only one answer, and the answer, unfortunately, is they don't want anybody holding them accountable for the reckless, wasteful spending. That, unfortunately, is the only answer. They took all of that extra property tax revenue and never once thought about giving it back to you, the taxpayers, in the form of a property tax cut. Now, if Palm Beach County just cut out that $443 million of wasteful, excessive, and needless spending, because I think we're sort of proving here that they didn't need to do it, they didn't need all the extra money. And let's be clear, the only reason why they got that extra money is because property values started spiking. Property values started spiking, property tax receipts started spiking, government took all of that extra money and just spent it, never thinking about you guys, okay? Answer this question. What happens if property taxes didn't spike and they didn't have all this extra money? Government would have grown commensurate with inflation and population, because that's how governments have historically grown with that. The only reason why they have it is because government sort of got lucky. They got lucky, you got unlucky. You got unlucky because the people in this county have a government who just took the extra money and just spent it, and they're continuing to spend it. We were on site last year announcing $344 million in wasteful and excessive spending. So what did they do? They had an opportunity. We said, hey, you guys are growing way too fast. You're collecting way too much money. So what was their response? To collect and waste more. $443 million. And this is why tax reform is very, very important, because if the people do not rise up and say that you are collecting way too much money, you are making things unaffordable here in Palm Beach County, they're not going to stop. Let's think about this. If we didn't get tax reform, and look, do I think tax reform is going to pass? Yes, I do. Because I think it is such a big issue here in the state of Florida that people are going to vote their own property tax cut because they know inherently that the local governments are taking and wasting all of this money. But what happens if it doesn't? You think this number of $443 million is going to go up or down next year? You guys are laughing and giggling because I think we all know what the answer is. What will that number be next year? $600 million? What will be the number after that? $750 million? Government is not going to stop spending until the people start saying that they've had enough. We've had this same thing happen in the mid-2000s. Where we had a rise in property values, or a corresponding rise in property taxes. They took all of that extra revenue and they took it, they spent it, and they expanded government. And the people rose up then and said, nope, we want an additional homestead exemption. And that's how we got from 25 to 50. The government didn't learn. Taxpayers know that they are being overcharged for the services. The budget here went up 65.26%. How many here had their own salaries, their own income go up 65% over the last 6 years? I hear a lot of giggles, a lot of laughing, but it's true. Why should government be the beneficiary of taking in all that extra income off of the people who don't even get the same commensurate increase in their own salary, in their own family finances. To me, this is a choice. You're either with the side of government or you're with the side of the taxpayers. Because there's only a finite amount of money to go around. I would much rather have that money in the hands and the pocketbooks and the wallets and the purses of people in this county, not in the government. You guys are the arbiters of what is best for you and your families, not government. If your taxes went up 100% to 200% over the last 6 years, did your services go up 200 to 300%? Did your lives get better because of all of the extra taxation that's going on in this county? I would probably say not. And that's why it's important that we let people know what's going on. You all knew that something was going on here in this county. Everyone inherently knows the amount of taxation that's going on and the amount of waste. And then people are going to come out and they're going to say, hey, and I've had news outlets ask me these same questions on air. Who do we believe? Do we believe the CFO of the state of Florida, who has the backs of the taxpayers, saying that your local government is overtaxing, overspending, and taking more money than they actually need, and that's why your property taxes are going up? Or are you going to believe the career politicians and the bureaucrats who say, nope, they have no idea what they're talking about? You know who you believe? Your property tax bill. Because when you see it, and you have to pay it, and your escrow account on your principal, interest, taxes, and insurance payment on your mortgage payment starts going up and doubling because you have to, you have to reclaim all the money that they put out, and then you have to catch up on top of it. You know, people know. When you're sitting there and you don't have an opportunity to pay for your medication, or look at the increased prices of groceries these days. I mean, in my family, I know this sounds weird, I'm the one who actually shops a lot for the groceries, so I know the prices. So when you're sitting there and you realize that the government is charging you more than you actually need to be, and you have to go out and you have to feed your family, who's creating the affordability issue? I would say it's more government. And that's important. So that $344 million, we believe, $443 million. Sorry, I almost gave him a discount there. We believe belongs in the hands of the taxpayers. So if Palm Beach County truly cared about the residents and truly wanted to make things more affordable, they would give that $443 million back to the people in the form of a substantial tax cut and not fight against property tax reform. Let me be also clear, is that anyone who is out there saying that they are against giving money back to people in the form of a tax cut is what they're actually saying. What I hear is they are against making things more affordable for the people here in the state of Florida. That's what I hear. And here's some free consulting advice for some of these elected officials. That's what your constituents hear also. They're saying, what they are hearing is that they don't care enough for me to make things more affordable and make my lives easier here in the state of Florida. That's what they hear. Trust me on that. In fact, all you have to do to see that is a lot of these news outlets, a lot of the print media and online media will post stories. I've seen it. It has happened nonstop over the last 2 weeks. And a lot of them, not necessarily right-leaning, more left-leaning, they will say that, they'll write opinion pieces and say that property tax reform is bad and government needs basically to keep all this money, or you should vote against property tax reform. I've never seen anything like this. I've seen this happen twice in all of my 30 years in Florida. Once in the mid-2000s when we had the same thing, the rise in property values and rise in property taxes, and today. About 3,000 comments where 90% of them are saying, no, we want a property tax cut, because it is the biggest issue going on. Now, 10% will say, no, we think government should keep all this money. The only thing I can figure is that 10% actually works for government. But it is a big issue. If they just cut out this $443 million of excessive and wasteful spending, Palm Beach County could lower the millage rate by 0.96 mils, almost by a full mil. So when they're saying that they can't make cuts, totally disagree with them. Totally disagree with them. They can actually cut property taxes by a full mil and not affect services. How do we know that it's not going to affect services? Because when we index for inflation and population, again, we add for extra fire, extra police, employee raises, increased costs. Everything that a government would function on, we've already indexed and already did that. So, real terms, just as an example, if you have a tax-assessed house, I think the median price in Palm Beach County is around $560,000, I want to say, somewhere around there. So if you own a home that is tax-assessed at $600,000, you will save about $577 a year. Now, a lot of local bureaucrats, politicians will scoff at that number and say it's not enough. It's not that big of a deal. But the people who are trying to make ends meet, the single mom out there working 2 jobs, the husband and wife working 2 jobs, maybe one is a teacher, maybe one is a fireman. That money helps. Every dime, every dollar of a property tax cut that goes back in the pockets of Floridians, specifically here in Palm Beach County, that matters. That helps with affordability. Local governments should not scoff at that number. And remember, that is real money going into the pockets of Floridians, not in the pockets of government. And also remember that that $433 million is just 1 year, last year alone. So that got us thinking.
CFO Blaise Ngolia speaking live right now in Boca Raton, talking about the spending within Palm Beach County and their spending levels there that he believes to be wasteful and excessive, as he has traveled around the entire state, releasing the results of these audits. So we'll continue monitoring that. Right now, we're going to step aside, take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus, and we'll be right back.
Reporting the roll and pitch program, which puts Apollo 11 on a proper heading.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus, and we are tracking some sad breaking news this morning. Central Florida Zoo announcing that another sloth has died. This is their post just a little bit ago on social media, saying it's with a heavy heart that we share the passing of Willow, a female sloth cared for behind the scenes at the zoo. Despite daily care and regular medical treatments from our animal care, nutrition, and veterinary teams, Willow's condition continued to steadily decline over the past few weeks. With consultation from other experts through the Association of Zoos and Aquariums, a thorough quality of life assessment was conducted for Willow, and the difficult decision was made for humane euthanization. Willow was one of a group of sloths who joined us on April 24th. Upon arrival, several of them were in critical condition, and others were underweight with digestive issues. In her decline, Willow showed similar digestive symptoms to those sloths who arrived in need of critical treatment. Our team remains focused on providing ongoing support and necessary treatments for the surviving sloths in our care. Chewy, Dulce, Phantom, Blackberry, Hazel, Lilo, Mojo Jojo, and Pearl. We'd like to thank the community for your ongoing support. And in this post, you can see some photos here of Willow, one of the sloths that was taken in. This is, there were a number of sloths that were taken care of by the Central Florida Zoo and the aftermath of the investigation into Sloth World and the dozens of sloth deaths that happened at that facility before it opened. And so the Central Florida Zoo has been caring for many of these sloths. They took in 13 of them and have been taking care of them, quarantining them, veterinary care, medical care, and they have talked before about the difficulties in this because of just the slow digestion, how everything is just so slow with these sloths. And so they had essentially said that none of them were fully out of the woods yet, even though it had been weeks, just because it takes time for symptoms to show up and other issues to be kind of brought to light and to surface. And so 4 of the 13 sloths were in the most critical condition when they were brought in, and they died. Bandit, Habanero, Dumpling, Mr. Ginger. So this is now another sloth death that had previously been in the care that was being taken care of by Central Florida Zoo after being brought in from Sloth World. We got word, I guess it was just last week, that 2 other sloths were cleared from the ICU because they were doing better. But again, just sad news today that another sloth has died. We know that many of these sloths were dehydrated, underweight, and sick when they were taken in by the Central Florida Zoo. We've been following this story ever since Fox 35 broke it about the investigation into that Sloth World attraction, which hasn't opened, isn't going to open. The owner's expected to file for bankruptcy, and we have been following the fallout from this, as well as state leaders and others are calling for change, wanting to see changes to Florida's sloth importation rules and regulations for taking care of them or even having them. So this has been a story we've been tracking, a discussion that will no doubt continue after this breaking news this morning that another sloth, Willow, you're looking at right there, has died at the Central Florida Zoo. We will take a quick break right now here on Fox 35 News Plus, and we'll be right back.
Armstrong reporting the roll and pitch program, which puts Apollo 11 on a proper heading.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. CFO Blazin Golia speaking live right now in Palm Beach County. Appears he's wrapping up here. Expect him to take some questions here, so let's go ahead and listen in.
Has an outstanding public records request in your office, last time I spoke to him, regarding methodology, calculation, analysis, communications, etc., that were used to determine the figures expressed in December in West Palm Beach, the $344 million, which I'm sure now would be the figure that is now. So my question is, and they brought this up again when you guys asked for the reserve information, why hasn't that request been fulfilled, and can they expect anything from that time? I know that's been something that they've been discussing.
So I know the office is, we get inundated with public records requests, so we take them in as a first in, first out. So I do not know where it is, but we can answer that question for him right now. I'm sure you got a cell phone. You can take a picture of that. You can text it to Joe Abruzzo and say, here's the methodology. It's the same thing. So look, the bottom line is that this is deflection. The bottom line is they just spent way too much. They took in way too much. So they can ask for all the calculations all they want, and they may try to disagree. You know, it's funny because some of the things that Palm Beach County government has said didn't make any sense. They're like, well, their first response was, well, you can't use CPI in order for these calculations. Last time I checked, if you had Social Security, you get adjusted for CPI. You're actually fighting for adjustment for CPI. So if it's good enough for government, if it's good enough for the taxpayers, it should be good enough for government. But here's the thing: CPI is the metric that we actually use. But then they're like, you can't build bridges because concrete and steel go up higher than CPI. That's a different part of the budget. That's your capital improvement plan of the budget. I mean, it's kind of funny that Palm Beach County doesn't even know that you don't build bridges and build roads out of the general fund. That's a separate part of the budget. So I would question that, do they even know how their own budget works? But here it is. It's right here. I mean, heck, I might even take a selfie with it and send it to Abruzzo later. Are you press?
Wayne Washington with the Palm Beach.
How are you, sir?
Doing well, thank you, sir. No one in Palm Beach County, no voter in Palm Beach County elected you to oversee the county's finances. Why should the voters substitute your judgment for the people they actually voted in to represent them? Don't you think they're smart enough, if they don't like the spending in Palm Beach County, to vote off the people that they voted into office?
Yeah, so that's a good question. The first thing I would say is that we have immense audit authority granted to us in the Constitution, that we can go and audit, and we can look at any entity, either public or private, that actually gets state taxpayer dollars.
I'm not questioning your authority. I'm questioning why you don't trust the voters of Palm Beach County. I trust the voters. I trust the voters when they are presented with information. The problem is that nobody from local government is going to willingly come out and say, hey, guess what, everyone, Palm Beach County, I just jacked up your taxes. I am wasting all this money. Come and vote for me. No, sometimes it has to take an outside voice in order to do that. The problem is that the taxpayers, unfortunately, are unrepresented and they're not taken seriously. How many times have you heard people in Palm Beach County, I see it online all the time, say that property taxes have gotten out of hand and the local government isn't doing anything? I'm their voice.
Everyone in Tallahassee, everyone in government has lobbyists or government affairs people protecting their interests. You know, you have corporations have lobbyists protecting their interests. You have nonprofits out there protecting their interests. You actually have government themselves taking in property tax money from the people and actually lobbying against the people who are actually funding the government in the first place. Somebody needs to protect the taxpayers. I'm going to protect the taxpayers. They don't need to take my judgment. They just need to listen to numbers. I'm presenting them with facts. I'm giving them data that is coming directly out of their budget, and I'm saying that their governments are blowing past the number. Inflation and population, these are what the numbers in. I am informing, I am educating, and it's going to be up to voters to make the decision based upon that information. But here's the key. That information was never given to them before. I'm always going to have the backs of the taxpayers every day of the week and twice on Sunday. Next question.
Do you feel what's happening here is criminal? You send some of these elected officials somehow should face criminal charges, or is that even realistic?
So if we go in and start doing granular audits and we start realizing that some local elected officials are doing anything with ill intent, misfeasance, malfeasance, or criminal, we will refer it over to FDLE in a criminal complaint, because they have a division up there that basically is public crimes. It's a public crimes investigation unit. But I will say this, is that a lot of what we're seeing is mismanagement of taxpayer dollars, and they are hiring people and they're giving raises and expanding government which is not commensurate to the amount of growth that they're seeing. How does a budget go up $1 billion for an increase of only, how many people did we increase here? 76,000? How does it go up $1 billion for 76,000? If you were to put people away in jail for mismanaging taxpayer dollars, there would be nobody in Congress, because they would all be behind bars. Any questions? Any other questions?
You mentioned the raises and salaries. I wonder, are there other specific line items? I know you guys had the DOJ report a couple months ago that came up, and now that there's an updated figure, are there specific line items that fall under that is deemed as wage?
Yeah, good question. The vast majority of the increase is personnel costs, because before that, that was the largest. The largest cost of any organization, whether it is public or private, is going to be your personnel costs. So the amount of people that they're hiring to accommodate for an increase in population at 76,000 doesn't make any sense. So the vast majority of that is personnel costs. Any other questions? Appreciate you guys. Always looking out for the taxpayers. Guys, have a great day. God bless Florida.
CFO Blazin Golia wrapping up in Boca Raton, where he was speaking, and took some questions there as well about property taxes, where things stand with that amendment, and government spending. We're going to take a break right now here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back.
Reporting the roll and pitch program, which puts Apollo 11 on a proper heading.
watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Wymer here, and thanks for joining us on this Tuesday morning, live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Facebook. We are standing by, waiting for an undocking from the ISS. This is a Dragon spacecraft that is a cargo ship that is going to be undocking from the ISS, coming back to the Earth, and carrying with it a lot of samples that are being tested from space. So I want to go ahead and get you in live here. The NASA TV coverage, it appears, is just getting underway. This undocking going to be happening shortly. So let's go ahead and listen in live for a few minutes.
Arrival to the orbiting laboratory about a month ago, making up SpaceX's 34th commercial resupply services mission to the International Space Station for NASA. And we did just hear a few moments ago that the SpaceX and NASA teams have pulled go for today's undocking. The research-packed Dragon spacecraft is sealed and ready to return to Earth, expecting a splashdown off the coast of California tomorrow, June 17th, at approximately 7:11 a.m. Central, 5:11 a.m. Pacific, returning scientific experiments and critical hardware for teams and researchers here on the ground. Here on the ground in Mission Control, Houston, NASA and SpaceX teams have pulled go for undocking, right now currently targeted for 11:05 a.m. Central, 12:05 p.m. Pacific. Mission Control Houston operates 24/7, 365 days a year with 3 shifts per day known as orbits. And currently here on the ground in Houston in the International Space Station Flight Control Room is the Orbit 2 team of flight controllers, being led by Flight Director Deanna Trujillo. Her role today is to lead and work closely with her team of flight controllers on the ground as they work integrated operations with the SpaceX team in Hawthorne, California. Today's Capcom, or capsule communicator, who you see to Deanna Trujillo's right, is Alex Canelacos. Capcom serves as the primary communication between Mission Control and the crew on board station, and you'll hear his voice today during today's operation, talking with the crew on board. The 34th SpaceX commercial resupply mission began on Friday, May 15th, lifting off on a SpaceX Falcon 9 rocket from Space Launch Complex 40 at Cape Canaveral Space Force Station in Florida. About 10 minutes after launch, the Dragon spacecraft separated from the second or upper stage of the Falcon 9 rocket into its preliminary orbit to begin its nearly 37-hour journey to the orbiting laboratory. Following that transit, Dragon docked to the forward port of the space station's Harmony module on Sunday, May 17th, which has now been its home for about 1 month. The mission delivered more than 3 tons of scientific investigations, supplies, and equipment to the 7-member Expedition 74 crew living and working aboard the International Space Station. And this particular Dragon spacecraft is no stranger to the International Space Station. This mission marks a record 6th time this spacecraft has delivered cargo to the orbiting laboratory, having previously flown the 22nd, 24th, 27th, 30th, and 32nd resupply missions. One of the most research-packed Dragon spacecraft returns to date, biological material samples along with tested hardware are heading back to research teams on Earth for further analysis and advancing NASA's work to prepare humans for exploration beyond low Earth orbit and to deliver benefits back home. And if you're just joining us, teams here in Mission Control Houston and the teams at SpaceX in Hawthorne, California have pulled go to send the undock command about 5 minutes ahead of the physical separation. That undock command will take place at 11 a.m. Central, 12 p.m. Eastern. Once the undock command is sent, the umbilicals that are attached to the space station, along with the hooks that are keeping Dragon hard mated to station, will retract to allow that physical separation to take place. Again, we're expecting that physical separation to take place around 11:05 a.m. Central, 12:05 p.m. Eastern. As you can see here on the screens in Mission Control Houston, we are currently in an orbital nighttime, and so once we get some views of Dragon, we will bring those to you. Preparations for today's undocking have been taking place over the past few days and weeks as cargo has been packed into the Dragon spacecraft for return. And then today, just about a couple of hours ago, around 9:01 a.m. Central, 10:01 a.m. Eastern, the hatches between the space station and Dragon were sealed. And along here with the team in Houston, they are working hand in hand with the SpaceX Mission Control team out in Hawthorne, California, who is also on console supporting today's undocking. The SpaceX team, which you see live on your screen there on the left, is led by their mission director, commonly referred to as the MD. After the Dragon spacecraft crosses the approach ellipsoid, which is an invisible 2x2 by 4 kilometer safety boundary, approximately 1,000 meters away around the International Space Station, joint operations between NASA and SpaceX teams will end. And once Dragon crosses out of the approach ellipsoid, the responsibility for the spacecraft will be handed back to the SpaceX team through splashdown, which is expected to take place off the coast of California tomorrow, June 17th at 7:11 a.m. Central, 5:11 a.m. Pacific. If you are just now joining us, we are providing live coverage of the undocking of SpaceX's 34th Commercial Resupply Services mission for NASA to the International Space Station. NASA and SpaceX integrated operation teams have pulled go for undocking at 11:05 a.m. Central, 12:05 p.m. Eastern, just under 11 minutes from now. To give you an idea where on station that today's SpaceX Dragon spacecraft is about to depart from, here on your screen is the current International Space Station configuration. Here you see labeled CRS-24 Cargo Dragon is currently docked to what is the forward-facing port of the Harmony module. And right above it, docked to what is called the Zenith or space-facing port of the same module today's departing Dragon is docked to is the SpaceX Dragon spacecraft named Freedom that carried NASA's SpaceX Crew 12 to the space station in February. Including the soon-to-be departing Dragon today, there are currently 6 spacecraft parked at the space station, including SpaceX Crew 12 Dragon, Northrop Grumman Cygnus XL spacecraft, the Roscosmos Soyuz MS-28 crew spacecraft, as well as their Progress 94 and 95 resupply cargo ships. In just over 3 minutes from now, the undock command will be sent to the Dragon spacecraft to begin its departure and return to Earth, bringing home science and hardware for teams of researchers here on the ground. Physical separation of the Dragon spacecraft from the forward port of the station's Harmony module is expected to take place in about 8 minutes from now. And just like its approach to the space station, Dragon's departure is fully autonomous. The undocking command will be sent about 5 minutes prior to physical separation, and at that point, the umbilicals will retract. Those umbilicals connect Dragon systems to the space station, transferring power, telemetry, and commands between the 2 spacecraft during Dragon's stay. After the umbilicals retract, the hooks that are currently keeping Dragon attached to the space station will unlatch, and there are 2 sets of 6 hooks for a total of 12. Once that process is complete, Dragon will then be ready to depart from the space station and will begin to move itself further away. And to do so, Dragon will first execute 2 short thruster firings to undock using a combination of the 12 Draco thrusters around the base of the spacecraft. The first firing, known as Undock Burn 1, will break any stiction between Dragon and the docking port, and then the second firing, just seconds later, Undock Burn 2, will slowly back the spacecraft away, marking that physical separation that we're expecting around 11:05 a.m. Central, 12:05 p.m. Eastern.
Noon. Thanks for joining us here on Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Wymer here, and if you are just joining us, we've been listening into NASA's live streaming coverage as a Dragon cargo spacecraft is set to undock from the International Space Station. Again, this is happening are getting ready to happen. They've pulled go for that undocking. It's going to be bringing home a lot of samples for testing and things like that. It's going to re-enter Earth's atmosphere tomorrow and then splash down off the coast of California early tomorrow morning. So it has a little bit of a journey still ahead of it after the undocking, which should be happening any moment now. We've been listening into this live coverage again, courtesy of NASA. This is a live look inside the Johnson Space Center in Houston, where Mission Control is located, and the operations are happening right now, and hoping for some views of this undocking here any minute now. And so we will continue to monitor this afternoon, and it's that SpaceX Dragon spacecraft going to undock from the forward port of the station's Harmony module. That undocking is supposed to happen around 12:05 after it gets that command from ground control. And so we will keep an eye on this as that happens here in the next few minutes. We are going to take a quick break right now here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back.
Reporting the roll and pitch program, which puts Apollo 11 on a proper heading.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Wymer, and thanks for joining us on this Tuesday afternoon. We are continuing to follow up today on the news that the main suspect in the murder of Anna Kepner is now in custody. We're talking about Timothy Hudson, who is a teenager who we have identified and named because he's being tried as an adult, charged with murder, federal charges, in connection with the death of his stepsister, who was found dead on board a cruise ship last fall. This is a case we have been following for months, and more details beginning to come out now in this. And so joining us live now to talk about what we know about this case and give some analysis on how it plays out and as it moves forward. Pleased to be joined this afternoon by Lauren Cadilac with Cadilac Law, a law firm out of Texas. Lauren, always enjoy talking with you. Thanks so much for joining us here today on Fox 35 News Plus.
Thank you so much for having us.
So first, I just want to get your reaction. We have been following questions over the pretrial detention of the suspect, Timothy Hudson, for a while now, because he had not been in custody while, all of this was kind of playing out. He still had not been in custody even after being charged. There was a hearing, relatively recently where he was still able to be, to walk free after that. And now he is in custody, ordered to be taken into custody, turned himself in to the jail. Your reaction to what we are seeing in this and what we have seen in this over the past couple of days?
My initial and immediate reaction was about time. I think I had discussed this on this show before. Any other adult would be awaiting trial in jail. And if you're familiar with the Melly trial, which is taking place down the road from where y'all are at, pretty far down the road, but Melly has been in jail for over 2,000 days awaiting trial on murder charges. And this kid, Timothy Hudson, is alleged to not only have taken a life, but also to have sexually assaulted his sister. So when he wasn't taken to jail in the last hearing, I found that to be shocking. I found that to be an injustice in that the law is being applied to some people and not applied to him. So when I saw that he had been finally taken and he is going to await his trial in jail, I said, well, gee, thank goodness he's being treated the same as anyone else would be.
And I'm curious, to that end, why now? What do you make of the timing of this, and why previously he hadn't been in custody, but now he is?
Well, at first he was being charged as a minor, right? And so while he was a minor, that is a totally different body of law. Okay, juvenile criminal law is its own body of law, whereas criminal law for adults is its own body of law. So while he was being charged as a minor, it made sense. He's, being protected as a minor, etc. However, once the government certified that he is going to be tried as an adult and met their burden in doing that, then he should have been treated as an adult. And I am not 100% sure, but I was under the impression that a certain judge had the last hearing and a new judge had this hearing. And this judge saw the accusations, the timeline, so on and so forth, and said, put this kid in jail. Now, I don't know if it was a new judge or if the original judge just got more details and said, you know what, no, we're going to have him wait trial in the prison.
And so what then, with him being, a minor, even though he is being tried as an adult, what does that custody look like, being held in jail right now ahead of trial? Are the arrangements different than an adult being charged in a case, or is he treated just like any other inmate?
He's going to go in there and be treated just like every other inmate. There's a saying that prison is college for criminals. This is where that saying comes from. These young people are going to be thrown in with people who have been found guilty, very long-term criminals, probably a bunch of addicts, those kind of things. So he's going to be with the general population, just like everybody else. And now that he's been put in jail, he will be treated like anybody else that is awaiting a trial.
Being held at the Citrus County Jail, which is quite a haul from the federal courthouse in Miami, where he is facing trial and has been, made several appearances, or at least one, a couple of appearances in federal court there.
Yeah, that is quite the burden on the taxpayer in Florida, isn't it? That is quite the haul. And when he has the hearing, the taxpayer of Florida is going to foot the bill, commuting him from Citrus to the federal courthouse. And in terms of his defense, that's pretty much the only thing that changes, because his attorneys can call him, they can talk to him on the phone while he's in jail, they can work on their case through the phone. They can drive up when they need to, etc. But my understanding is it's about a 4-hour drive from Citrus County to the federal courthouse. And that drive is going to be done on the Florida taxpayer dollar. So
what do you make of the defense here, and what the arguments they can kind of make, what their strategy might be? We have gotten some indications of the questions that they have raised about DNA and that kind of thing. Is that what this case, in your opinion and analysis, kind of hinges on, those questions and the questions of other people who may have had access to that cabin on the ship?
Yes. So a defense attorney's job is not to present a case. The job is to present reasonable doubt, right? And once they discovered this other young man's DNA, that gives them a nice little window to plant some doubt, right? Now they can go to the jurors, well, there's someone else's DNA. How do we not know it was them? And so anywhere the defense can put some doubt, they will. Now, will they win? That's up to the jury, right? But the burden is on the government to prove the case beyond a reasonable doubt. So wherever the defense can find something that could create a reasonable doubt, they are going to monopolize on that. They are going to jump on it, and they are going to emphasize that. That is their job in any case.
And so what will you be watching for as this case moves forward?
I actually would be most interested in terms of watching as this case moves forward to see if it even goes to trial. It is reminiscent of like the Brian Kohberger out of Idaho, who had taken the lives of the 4 young students. Even the Maddie Soto case we covered together. Yeah. Both of those culprits got very close to trial and then realized that they would get the death penalty, and so they might as well take the plea if they want to spare their lives. And I'm not sure if the death penalty will end up being on the table for this young man, although Florida is pretty intense about their death penalty. So in Florida or Texas, it would be the most likely. So my interest is, how long does it take him to get to the plea deal?
In whose favor does that work? I'm trying to figure out how to word this, but who does that benefit the most? Is this a case where the defense is going to be glad to get a plea deal, or given some of the questions that are raised right now, is this a case where the prosecutors are maybe going to be itching for that plea deal as well?
So a plea deal benefits the public. Trials are incredibly expensive, right? And we, the public, pay taxes that fund prosecution. They fund the DA's office. They fund the experts. So we, the taxpayer, are funding the prosecution, right? If they can come to a settlement without us, the taxpayer, having to put out that much money, that's a win for us, right? That is a win for us as the taxpayer. That is a win for us as a society. In this case, it's also a win for the prosecution because they don't have to go through the trial. It's a win for potential jurors. They don't have to see pictures of I don't know what the pictures look like, but sometimes seeing the evidence can be very traumatic to jurors, and rightly so. So that would spare a whole jury pool of all of that trauma, and it would spare this young man and the family. In his case, he's kind of part of the family of the victim, right? And so his mom's married to the victim's dad, and I'm going to take an educated guess that going to trial, it would not be good for the cohesiveness of the family. So in this case, a plea, as long as he actually did it and he knows he's guilty, then if I was his attorney, I would say, take the plea, spare your family, spare the public, spare yourself, and deal with the repercussions of your actions.
And it's going to be interesting to see how this all plays out in the coming weeks and months. But obviously following up today on the news that this suspect going to be held in custody, I do want to just to bring our attention here to one of the statements made by the judge. If we can see it here, the danger posed by the conduct charged here, the alleged first-degree murder and aggravated sexual abuse of a young woman and stepsister of the defendant while they were in confined quarters of a ship at sea, is sufficient by itself to require detention. A now decreed adult defendant charged on probable cause with deliberately taking a human life and sexually assaulting his victim in the course of doing so presents a danger to himself and to others that no curfew, monitor, or custodial placement can be trusted to contain. That seems like pretty strong words from the judge there, Lauren, in making this decision for him to be held in custody while we wait on either a trial or a plea deal or whatever comes next.
Yeah, they are rightly strong words. This young man is accused of taking his stepsister's life while sharing a room on a cruise and also assaulting her sexually. These words are justified and warranted. They are strong words because it was a strong crime that he has been accused of. And in the U.S., when such a strong crime, when you're accused of such a strong crime, you are considered a danger to the public. Like, yes, his victim was his stepsister, and there was probably a lot of opportunity wrapped in there. But if he could do that to his stepsister, who knows what he could do to anyone else? And so the judge used some really strong language here, but I would say absolutely rightly and justifiably so.
All right, and we've got one more graphic here, kind of along those same lines. The judge also talking about the record here, saying a clean history is reassuring only if it predicts future conduct, and an offense of this gravity allegedly committed without antecedent warning signs undermines the predictive comfort that a clean record usually provides. Compliance with conditions for a period of months while the most serious charges were pending and the defendant was on notice that his liberty depended on good behavior is likewise of limited probative value as to how he would behave over the longer and more uncertain road to trial. So, Lauren, this kind of goes to your point previously that this may have been something that it's just different circumstances now.
Absolutely. I mean, think about Justin Timberlake not too long ago was arrested on DUI, right? My understanding is it was his first DUI, his first arrest. So certainly the first arrest I have ever heard of him having, and I'm old enough to have known him since he was in sync. So if Justin Timberlake on this DUI is going before a judge, I've never done anything before, I had a lapse in judgment, it's been a stressful year. Okay, we're going to give you the benefit of the doubt. Not just because you're Justin Timberlake, but you've never done anything. You're in your 40s and yeah, you deserve the benefit of the doubt. This kid is 16. This kid is 16 and accused of taking someone's life after taking them in a sexual manner without their permission, right? So yeah, sure, you acted right when you had an ankle monitor on, but you didn't act right on that night. And so we as a society cannot trust that you're going to act right on every night while you're out. And so, again, I think this is the correct ruling on the judge's part. This supports our desire as a society to be safe and take potential hazards away. He is, in fact, a hazard. And you don't get a congratulations for doing what you needed to do when you did something terrible. And you're doing what you need to do to spare your own life. You get a congratulations when you don't do something terrible, and then you do what you need to do, right? And so the judge, I think, has made the right call. I like the language he used. It is a very eloquent way to say exactly how I feel.
Well, Lauren Cadilac, defense attorney, Cadilac Law out of Dallas area. We appreciate you joining us. Always appreciate your analysis. And thanks so much for chatting with us today here on Fox 35 News Plus.
Thank you for having me, as always.
We're going to take a quick break, and we'll be right back.
Reporting the roll and pitch program, which puts Apollo 11 on a proper heading.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I want to get you live inside the Orange County Commission meeting where commissioners have been hearing a presentation about preparations for hurricane season in Orange County, are now getting the chance to speak and ask some questions as well. So let's go ahead and listen in live.
With a backup and with a flood, any thoughts about that as far as this year and how different it's been with the amount of dry leaves and...
All right, before I turn it over to Brett right quick, I do want to mention the tree limbs and how important it is. I was stationed in Guam. You know, it's a little island in the middle of the Pacific. And I'm going to show you the importance of cutting your tree limb. We actually had videos where those tree limbs have snapped and people was outside and got impaled by those tree limbs just because they didn't cut their tree limb. So to me, and when we always say trim your trees, you trim your trees because it makes it stronger. You cut off the weak points because those weak points become projectiles. Those projectiles fly and break your windows of your house. Those projectiles can hit you or injure you while you're inside. That's why we always protect and preach and say, trim your trees. Now, as far as the drainage system, I'm turning it over to Brett.
Well, I was going to say, I remember during Andrew that, we always go up and check the our roof tiles because we have the ceramic roof tiles because those became cannons in Andrew and like full, holes right through cars and vans from those traveling at a high speed. Sorry, Brett, if you could give us just a couple quick moments on the drainage, because I think this is one of those that we're always telling people only rain down the drain because, of course, we want to make sure clean water gets to our lakes and rivers. But right now, understanding how quickly those things can back up and flood, especially since we're not getting these big afternoon washouts. Could you address that a little bit?
Sure, absolutely. The one thing we do is we're always looking for, ahead of the storm anywhere that's clogged, but the amount of inlets in our local system, it's impossible for us to do pipe inspections ahead of the storm every year. So we do rely on, the local neighbors to help us, obviously, to point out anything. Sometimes a good couple of thunderstorms will help us to obviously test that if we'll see some spots. But you're right, the dry season, people may become complacent. So one of the things that we'll do is we'll work with our communications group, and it might be good just to have some education on that ahead of time, just to make sure people realize, just simple things like, blowing leaves into the inlets can be, over a long period of time can clog them up. So that's a good suggestion. But obviously we're looking at the major hot spots, but those smaller inlets are sometimes challenging to be able to inspect everyone.
Yeah, no, I appreciate it. I was going to say some little fixes can make a huge difference when it's coming down really fast. I think The other question, and this is like a group question because I've thought about it every day probably since SB 180 passed. You know, SB 180 was passed as a hurricane recovery bill. I looked at that picture of Reams Road and understanding that part of our response here and my ask as a commissioner was to look at a potential moratorium for growth in that area, especially before we were able to understand what was happening with the drainage and to get to the sort of wetland impacts and low-lying areas. This board was supportive of that. We were moving forward. SB 180 literally stopped it in its tracks, which means that we've continued to see probably wetland loss in that area. It is still very much a wetland that has been developed on historically. And so SB 180, which was proposed as a hurricane recovery bill, has quite frankly put people in harm's way and potentially in danger, especially in these low-lying areas. Was there anything good to come out of SB 180 as far as what you all are feeling at the sort of preparedness level? You can answer, because I mean, I've been critical of it, knowing that we were trying really hard to put in effect many of these things for people's best interests, knowing that the hurricane impacts needed some look at the growth there.
And then we continue to do, work with the county attorney's office on that to see what we're able to do. And I don't have any expertise and updates on that, but I know that, as we are moving forward with many things, like we're implementing a drainage manual and different things, we're constantly working with the county attorney's office to see how that impacts that, because, we've come to the board with different things like rainfall intensity study and different proposals. So I will say that, that has been a challenge for us to look at what we're able to do, things that the board has authorized us to do, and I know that is something that we struggle with. But I can defer to Carlos on the overall bill, but we look at obviously that one part.
He's being very, very kind. I want to say also for the public who may not understand this issue, what the legislation effectively said was anything that's considered more burdensome to a developer would be against the law. Like literally that we null and void ab initio. Null and void ab initio. Like we didn't even really discuss the impacts of flooding on Reams Road. We did. We were trying to really help the people on Reams Road. We're continuing to do that work. But because the legislature cloaked what is a pro-development, really scary, I would say, special interest bill, we're having to find as many emergency workarounds as possible. And I even said when it passed, if the state could go ahead and send us additional Zodiac rafts and some flotation devices if we can't get people out of these floodwaters, because you're not allowing us to do what we know we can do, which is to make sure we're not developing in areas that are critical for wetland storage and flood mitigation.
I was going to mention, Commissioner, there were a few minor things with respect to some training, with some coordination. I would argue they were the types of activities that we were doing in many regards. Some of the coordination and reporting was necessarily new, but there were some provisions in the bill along those lines. So minimal at best.
No, it's good to know, because I think even conversations with our local legislative delegation, I've said, they're like, well, this was a good bill, but I'm like, no, it really wasn't. I don't think there was anything beneficial in this. And quite frankly, if you have anything in front of you that the sentence prohibits local government from and includes a safety provision, maybe talk to the people who do public safety at the local government before you enact it. Maybe come and actually speak to the people in public safety before you vote yes on that, because it, to put lipstick on a pig and, essentially require us to bend over backwards doing things for just basic public safety protections is, well, dumb, quite frankly, just dumb. And I think that every year we talk about trying to do things better and smarter, and one of those, and I invited the delegation last year during our legislative update day to come and partner with us on this and talk to our local officials and I think especially in emergency management, public works, utilities. Your local government is where they're doing that work. So for everyone to understand sort of the need to be able to have that autonomy, I just wanted to point it out while we're getting this update. And I'm going to remind them again if we flood on Reams Road again, because we're going to keep trying and we're not going to quit because of that horrible legislation. But a wholesale repeal of that would be beneficial. And it would be beneficial, I think, across the board for, I would say, at least the majority of the counties that it affected. All right, thank you.
All right, Commissioner Gomez-Cadero.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. Carlos, this question is for you or whoever want to answer it, but it's an easy question. I just wanted to ask you, can Don Niño and Don Niña manifest themselves together in one season or no?
I'm going to defer that to the National Weather Service for their response. I don't want to say my opinion. I want to get it from the professional expert on that. But we just came out of one and went to another one. Can they integrate and mix together? I have no idea. I got to get the Weather Service on that. But weather is weather. And I'm going to leave it at that.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
That was it. Thank you, guys.
All right, that was the hardest question you could.
It was.
Okay. Commissioner Simran.
Thank you, Mayor. So my question is if El Nino and El La Nina get together, do they have a baby? And is that really?
No, they are niños. They are kids.
Yeah. Thank you. Chief Avery, congratulations on your retirement. I hope that it is everything that you expect, and it's so well deserved. Thank you to the whole team. My colleagues have said a lot already, and I echo all of the sentiments about, and I wanted to say thank you to keeping us all safe during times of emergency. With that being said, it sounds like this might cost some money to keep everybody safe. So if this property tax reform were to pass, would this impact your ability to keep us all safe during hurricanes and emergency weather events?
We're going to keep doing what we do regardless of what we got.
So the good news here is whenever we're on a state of declared emergency, what that does is it brings dollars that flows both from the state and from the federal government. So in those situations, we're not alone, irrespective of what our budgets say. There will always be additional funds in those types of situations.
Yeah, most of those come from the federal and the state, but yes.
All right.
Which is another reason, Mayor,
yes, sir,
why there's been that emphasis on the reserves, and I'll see it again in this budget, because we have to front that until it comes. So that is, in this, as you know, one of the reasons we've really been pushing those reserves.
Yes. Commissioner Uribe.
Carlos, it's so great to see you. And Chief, those are big shoes to fill. And thank you for always being so great to us and your team. And Carlos has been a part of the team, so it just feels like a natural, football handoff. But Carlos, with that being said, there's a couple things that you mentioned that I do want to ask. So I know you went into detail because, of course, this is a question we always get, and Danny knows, and all of y'all know, where we get the community saying, why do we have to go to a certain school, right? And some of the concerns we've had in the past is those schools get full really quickly. And then I also get to hear from some of my more established communities like Taft, well, that's where we used to go, right? And so it worried me when we went through Ian, because Taft is a lot of mobile homes, which we know are a lot more vulnerable than your brick and mortar kind of house. And when Oak Ridge High School got full immediately, we didn't have anywhere to go for them. And so what they did is they stayed, and it was super scary because we have an enormous homeless population in the Taft area. They got through it the best they could. And even though we went out and we fed them immediately after and things like that, it's still very concerning when a lot of folks don't want to go to Oak Ridge because they feel like they're closer to home when there's a center. Is there any backup plan? Because what we did see was like some of these most vulnerable areas did get filled quickly, and then we had a huge population that didn't. Now, I will say it made sense when you talk about the possibility of food and the agreements we have with the school. So I'm going to defer to sidetracking this. There's Sally Ride Elementary. There's actually a school that's in that community. Are we looking at these really, really specific areas where Oak Ridge got full really quickly because it's also an animal location,
Right.
Of having another option for these communities?
Well, I want to assure you, Commissioner, we got 44 schools that was already vetted and verified. When we do our shelter selection in every area, so let's say Oak Ridge High School, we always do a secondary and a tertiary in that same area. The problem with Hurricane Ian was the unexpected flooding that we received that caused us not to be able to move a lot of those individuals at that time. So in every area where we have a primary, we always have a secondary in that vicinity and a tertiary in that vicinity as well. Ian just posed different challenges because we couldn't get there to move those individuals to those other shelters. And then a lot of time when we tried to move individuals to other shelters, they did not want to leave. So that's our biggest problem too. Those individuals there did not want to leave to go to the other shelters. But we have means of getting the residents from any shelter to the other shelters, but they just have to go. Same thing with like a lot of our population over in the Bislow community. We provide the transportation, they just won't accept the transportation to go to those shelters. But we open more than enough shelter. If we reach capacity, we have the ability to move those individuals to other shelter locations.
And Carlos, while that is very reasonable, my biggest complaint that I received is I want to be able to get home to find out what the damage is going to be. The farther you take me, the harder it is for me to get home, or I don't have transportation. And so it makes sense, but when I think about, we all still have PTSD from Ian, right? Because right there in front of Oak Ridge is where that entire apartment complex got flooded by 4 feet. So I can understand that, because when you go through something that traumatic and you don't know if your home is still up, it's very scary. So to think when you are reliant on public transportation that you are going out further and then you don't know what it's going to be if you're going to be able to get to your home. I think that's what I was hearing from my residents, right? Is the farther I am, then how am I going to know if my home is still up? How am I going to know when I get home? So it's hard. I'm not putting this on you.
Right.
It's just that I could relate. I could relate when I heard that same cause and effect with folks. And so I don't know how we handle it, but I think we have to be conscious that it does happen, and maybe that messaging has to start way before we get to that point, because when we're in that extreme high point of intensity that it's coming, it's really hard. And I mean, we hear this, obviously every day when you're waking up and I'm watching the news, there's some sort of weather emergency going on across our country, like on a daily basis. And it's like that consistent message is that fear of, I don't know if I have a house still.
I want to put this in perspective, Commissioner. With our shelters, the furthest somebody probably have to go, and I'm just doing an estimate, it may be 5 miles, and that's probably overstretching it. Most of the people that come to our shelters come from the coast. They drive way further just to get some safety aspect of it. So I can understand that they want to be a mile or two, but I think we have a pretty much a spot coverage all over the county. So some going to have to drive further than others, yeah. And everybody want to be by your house. But when we talk about safety, we're not worried about you being close to your house. We just worry about you surviving the storm.
Yeah, and I get that. But they're also thinking it's, my other. You talk about tree trimming, right? So I don't know about all my other colleagues, but this is like one of the number one things I get requested, because senior citizens can't afford tree trimming. Yeah. I had my trees trimmed and it cost me $5,000. Most people are not in a financial, and when the biggest I've seen is senior citizens, and we know unless it's affecting a utility pole, no one will assist you with tree trimming.
Right.
And I think that's the reality of what we're seeing nowadays. It is an extreme financial hardship. I would love for the county. I know like we have RISE and things like that to really look at this, because while there could be a cost or an investment for us to help the most vulnerable with tree trimming and tree service,
Right.
I think that when you have tree damage because you can't get trimming service, that's when it affects us. It costs us way more to repair a house that had a huge, tree limb fall into a home. I don't know if anybody else gets those requests of senior citizens where they can't afford. People call our office, they're like, we've gotten quotes. I've been able to work with a couple local companies of trying to be a little bit more discounting, but it's such an expensive industry that it really is a significant investment. And unfortunately,
there are volunteer organizations out there like
This discussion continuing right now at the Orange County Board of County Commissioners meeting. They're talking about hurricane preps. Myra Uribe asking questions about tree trimming specifically for seniors. We're going to take a break right now here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back after this.
Reporting the roll and pitch program. Let's put Apollo 11 on a proper heading.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Wymer here, and thanks for joining us on this Tuesday afternoon, live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Facebook. I want to give you a live look right now in Tampa. This is at MacDill Air Force Base, where there is a big event getting ready to get underway. Blue Star Families hosting a special event, collaborating with Disney for this event. You see a lot of kids there waiting to hear from the Second Lady of the United States, Usha Vance, who is going to be speaking and reading to this group of kids. So you see the chairs on the stage there, book there that we expect her to read as well. More than 200 children at this event. They're also going to receive some books. You saw them on the table just a few minutes ago over to the side, also expecting a surprise from a Disney character. So this event getting ready to get underway. Again, this is at MacDill Air Force Base, and I'm going to see the Second Lady here shortly, getting to spend some story time with those kids. Well, welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Been a busy day so far. Want to let you know as well that coming up in about 15 minutes, we expect to hear from one of the veterinarians at the Central Florida Zoo talking about Willow, the sloth who we learned today has been euthanized after their health went downhill despite a long road of care by the Central Florida Zoo since bringing in that sloth and a number of others from Sloth World. So we're going to be hearing an update coming up in about 15 minutes or so. We also heard an update just a little bit ago from the National Hurricane Center. Michael Brennan, the director of the National Hurricane Center down in Miami, giving an update on this potential tropical system that we could see form shortly in the Gulf and really bring impacts to part of Texas. We were talking about that a little bit ago with Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Brooks Garner, who broke down those impacts for us, including for us here in Florida. We'll talk more about that coming up in a little bit as well when TJ stops in. But I want to play for you the update from Michael Brennan, the National Hurricane Center, continuing to monitor and today releasing the first cone for that potential tropical system that could end up becoming Tropical Storm Arthur.
Hi, we're here on Tuesday morning at the National Hurricane Center with the latest on our area of low pressure we've been monitoring for several days. Inland over northeastern Mexico has now moved into southern Texas. This system could go on and become a tropical storm as we go through tonight and into the day on Wednesday. But the main threat from this system, as it has been for the last several days, is going to be heavy rainfall, the potential for widespread significant flash flooding and potential for river flooding across much of the northern Gulf Coast and inland into portions of the southeastern United States. We've designated this system this morning as potential tropical cyclone 1. I do want to first hit on the flash flood risk. This is the flash flood risk over the next 3 days. So today, Tuesday into Wednesday and Thursday. Everywhere you see in red is that level 3 out of 4 moderate risk of flash flooding, and that extends from places like Corpus Christi to Houston, across much of Louisiana, much of central Mississippi, and into central Alabama. We are expecting widespread rainfall totals of 4 to 8 inches with isolated amounts of as high as 12 inches through this area, which could cause significant and potentially life-threatening flash flooding over the next several days. We already do have a flash flood watches in place from deep south Texas across much of south and eastern Texas, much of Louisiana, southern and central Mississippi. These are likely to be extended farther eastward as we go through the next couple of days. We also have several flash flood warnings and river flood warnings already in effect in portions of these areas. So we'll talk more about that flooding risk in just a minute. In terms of the track forecast for this system, right now it's inland over southern Texas, expected to move just offshore of the Texas coast as we go later today and into tonight and through the day on Wednesday, and then move back inland over extreme eastern Texas or Louisiana late Wednesday and early Thursday. We are expecting the system to strengthen and could become a tropical storm here as we go through the next 24 to 36 hours. Because of that, we have a tropical storm watch that's in effect from Sargent, Texas, over to Morgan City, Louisiana. Everywhere you see in yellow here, there's the potential for tropical storm force winds, so you want to prepare for that, especially right along the immediate upper Texas coast and much of coastal central and western Louisiana. We also have the potential for some coastal flooding, widespread coastal inundation of 1 to 3 feet above ground level from Matagorda Bay all the way over to the mouth of the Mississippi River. We could see some isolated inundation of 2 to 4 feet above ground level from Port Bolivar over to Morgan City. So in those vulnerable coastal flooding locations, you'll want to be prepared for that as well. So we'll wrap up here with the key messages for this system. Again, the main hazard with these types of systems is largely the flooding and from the heavy rainfall, and we could see potentially life-threatening flash and urban flooding across the Texas coast eastward into central Mississippi through Thursday. Prolonged rainfall may extend the flood threat into the weekend. We're also going to see widespread small stream and minor river flooding across the Texas coast into the southwest Louisiana, with isolated areas of more significant river flooding across the Texas coast and Louisiana possible as well. We could see tropical storm conditions anywhere along the coast from Sargent, Texas to Morgan City, Louisiana, as we are expecting this system to strengthen and bring the potential for tropical storm conditions to the coast in that region, regardless of whether or not it actually becomes tropical storm or not. And we could see minor to moderate coastal flooding across portions of the upper Texas and Louisiana coastline. So So just as we wrap up here, just a reminder of the differences between a flood watch and a flood warning. As we go through this multi-day heavy rainfall and flooding event, make sure you have multiple ways to get weather alerts. Turn on wireless emergency alerts on your cell phone, and you can make sure you have your NOAA weather radio on as well. So you can always come back here to hurricanes.gov for the latest on this system and find more information about flooding and the potential for impacts in your areas at your local National Weather Service office at weather.gov. Thanks for joining us. I'm Mike Brennan at the National Hurricane Center.
That was just a little bit ago in Miami. Let me get you live now to MacDill Air Force Base. This event getting underway where the Second Lady will be introduced here shortly for some story time with those kids. This event being put on by Blue Star Families and Disney. I'm going to give these kids some books. They'll have story time, and let's go ahead and listen in.
You say, okay, I'll do it because I love you and I love the country and I'm in it. And that makes you important. And that's why we at Blue Star Families are here to support you, as are our friends in Disney, as are our friends in the White House. So let's give a big round of applause to you. I want to thank your amazing base leadership here, Colonel Zepanik and the whole crew. I want to thank Susan Fox from Disney and Kathy and Jessica and the whole crew of Disney people. And I want to thank the White House for doing so much to make this day special. So, Susan, over to you.
Thank you, Kathy. Good morning, everybody. Good afternoon. So I'm Susan Fox, and I have the great privilege of working for the Walt Disney Company. And we couldn't be happier and prouder that we're here today with each of you. I have a few thank yous, of course, to Blue Star Families and Kathy, everything you do. We value our partnership and our relationship with you, and it's really a joy for us. So thank you. Most important, as Kathy said, folks right here. So all of you kids, thank you for coming. Thanks for the sacrifices. Please know we know how hard it is when a family member is deployed, and we appreciate you and want, if we can bring a little bit of magic to your day and to your summer, that's why we're here. So thank you. Also, listen to your mom and dad when they tell you to read a little bit, like the Second Lady is going to tell you in a minute. I know you have a lot of fun to have this summer, but I promise you, do some reading. It's really important. And with that, of course, I want to thank the Second Lady of the United States. She's going to come out here. She has a summer reading program. Encourage you all to support it. We appreciate her leadership in helping you read more. So thanks to her and thanks to the White House. With that, I have the great pleasure, lastly, of thanking the tremendous team here at MacDill and the very real pleasure of introducing Colonel Zepanik.
All right, thank you, Susan. Thank you so much. So good to be here. Hi, boys. These are my two little guys right here in the front. He's going to laugh the whole way through this. Susan, thank you so much for this. Great to see so many volunteers from both Blue Star and Walt Disney. So great to see so many educators, so many parents, so many staff members out here, so many TV cameras. Love that as well. Thank you all for being here. But most importantly, guys, why are we here? For you, for the military children. Give yourselves a big round of applause. Come on. All right, and then I need everybody around here wearing a uniform to give a MacDill-sized thank you to Blue Star Families and the Walt Disney Company. Please do that for me right now. Thank you. Thanks so much to both organizations for caring so much about childhood literacy. And speaking of childhood literacy, our guest of honor today has made it her mission to advance childhood literacy and expand opportunities for lifelong reading for children. It's pretty cool, huh? Who likes to read books? Raise your hand. You like to read books? You like to have books read to you? Yeah, you do? Okay. Well, I think we're going to do that today. Okay, very good. All right. Well, I'm here to tell you, our guest of honor, listen up, guys, as a twice graduate of Yale, both for undergrad and for law school. As a very experienced litigator herself and lawyer, nobody knows, probably in this room, how important it is to be good at reading, okay? And so she's made it her mission to do that. And without any further ado, it is my honor and my pleasure to welcome the Second Lady of the United States of America, Miss Usha Vance.
Hello. Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for letting me be here today. Thank you, Colonel Spanik, and everyone here, because today brings together things that our family loves most of all. We love the summer. We love reading. We love all these crafts that are back there. And we love spending time with other kids, especially kids from the military, like all of you. So, we have a book here to read, and I know you guys are waiting for that and all the crafts, but I wanted to tell you about one special thing that I have planned for this summer and ask you to participate. How many of you guys are in school? Oh, look, everyone here. Everyone here is perfectly aged to do just what I'm about to tell you about. I have my summer reading challenge this summer, and it's a really fun opportunity for you guys to read whatever books you love, whether it's books about Bruce like this one or chapter books if you're older, and send me the list. And if you send me the list, I will send you a certificate and a prize and enter you into a drawing to come visit the White House this fall. So I hope all of you will participate and tell all of your friends, all of your school friends, all of your base friends about it. And for those of you who aren't quite old enough to read, we also like to read books to you. So I have a podcast that I will share all about another time, but it's called Storytime with the Second Lady, and you should tune in and hear all the good stories. Now I can see my own kids right here. They're staring at me saying, come on, let's get to the book. So I think we should do that. I think, ready, Colonel? Thank you.
Okay, everybody have their book out in front of them? Do you? Okay. Make sure it looks like this, right? Good night, Bruce. We've got that in front of us. All right. Okay, boy, yay, that's right, Daniel. Okay, good. All right. Everybody, are we excited to read Good Night, Bruce by Ryan T. Higgins? Let's hear a little excitement. Come on, there we go. Yay, all right. Okay, so the first page, we have a family of kids, geese and mice sitting together, and it's coming from the TV. It says, "It's alive. Oh, the horror, the humanity. Why didn't I just eat my vegetables? Ew." Then Bruce comes in. Time for bed. Who's heard that before? Time for bed. But we haven't finished our Friday night monster movie. Bruce says, no. Who's ever said 5 more minutes?
Can we watch until the part where it turns out the monster is just misunderstood? All he ever wanted was some broccoli to love him. Here's Bruce.
Good Night, Bruce, the book that the Second Lady, Usha Vance, is reading right now to kids at MacDill Air Force Base in Tampa. We've got to take another quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back.
Armstrong reporting the roll and pitch program, which puts Apollo 11 on a proper heading.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Wymer here, and thanks for joining us. It is 1 o'clock on this Tuesday afternoon. We appreciate you joining us here on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Facebook. And I want to let you know that we are standing by for an update from one of the veterinarians at the Central Florida Zoo who's expected to speak any minute now and give an update on what we know about the situation with Willow, the latest sloth that had to be euthanized after being taken in from as part of the fallout from the investigation into Sloth World and the dozens of sloths that died under their care, according to investigators, and just the ripple effect that we have seen that could lead to some additional changes when it comes to rules and regulations here in the state of Florida, but continuing to see some of the collateral damage and what has happened to these sloths. 5 sloths now have died even after being taken in by the zoo, just because of the health complications and that kind of thing that they have been dealing with. They were, many of them or several of them, in very critical care when they were brought in. And now today, news of another one of those sloths being euthanized today. And so we're expecting an update here shortly on that. Again, we will take you to that interview when it begins. That will be with Dr. Haley Straub, who's a veterinarian at the Central Florida Zoo and Botanical Gardens. We actually just heard from her, I guess it was just last week, when we got an update on where things stand with those sloths. And so a sad update today. We know it's hard on the care team that has taken them in and has been doing their best to nurse them back to health. We are also continuing to watch the second lady, Usha Vance, who is in Tampa right now. Let me give you a live look at MacDill Air Force Base, where she and others are taking part in this event being hosted by Blue Star Families and by Disney. Second lady hosting story time. They're reading a book called Goodnight Bruce right now to these kids, more than 200 children of military members. They are being surprised at this event, going to be able to take home some books as well. So let's go ahead and listen in live as the second lady joins story time here.
Some bread and...
Uh-oh. What's happening here? Who knows what all these Z's mean? Oh no, Bruce fell asleep. Oh, and looks so nice. One of the little guys, one of the little mice is tucking him in. Oh, isn't that sweet? It says, "Good night, Bruce."
And look at those naughty kids. The end.
More big round of applause for our very special guest readers. I'm just gonna yell. Storytelling is at the heart of everything we do at Disney, and so we're so grateful for both of you to take the time to share a story with all of us. I'm really loud, so it's okay. How's that? If you can hear me, clap 2 times. Okay, you can really hear me. Thanks for that. As
Susan mentioned, at Disney, we know when mom or dad serves, the entire family serves. And we are here today to say thank you to each and every one of you for your service. We also want to say a huge thanks to Team MacDill. You all have been amazing from start to finish. It's been such a joy to be here. And Blue Star families, you all are incredible. You work every single day to make military life awesome. We need one more round of applause. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Now, we are very excited to keep the fun going, but we have a couple things we have to go over. I need to make sure listening ears are on. Are they on? Okay, if you can hear me, clap 3 times. Perfect. So first and foremost, when we wrap up here, we are going to want you to find the adult that you came in with. Mom, dad, friend, neighbor, caregiver, nanny, whichever adult you walked in the door with, we are going to want you to reconnect with them. I am going to stand right here. If you have any trouble finding your adult, come see me. I will say their name over the microphone really loudly, and that'll be a lot of fun for some of us. After, well, we'll find them. Don't worry, we'll find them. Now, you all are going to see there's a big book fair over here. Each and every one of you are going to get to select 8 books for you to take home. And we want you to select 2 books to take home and give to a friend. And that'll be a great way to kick off the Second Lady's Summer Reading Challenge. So how many books are you going to take for yourself? 8. How many? 8. Okay, and how many are we taking for a friend? 2. You all are awesome. Awesome. Now, the line can get a little bit long. Just know we also are going to have some fun activities. Not yet. We're not going yet. We got a little bit more fun. Not quite yet. You got to still sit down. Sit down. We're almost there, I promise. And we are going to have some snacks out here. If the line at the books is long, I promise we won't run out. So go. We're going to. I promise. All right. So I need your help before we can get things going. We have 2 very special friends that heard we were coming to MacDill. And they wanted to join us. They can be a little bit shy. So I said, Colonel, is it okay if we get a little loud? Okay. So I'm going to need your help. I'm going to need the loudest cheer you can do so that we can try to get them to come on out with us. So on the count of 3, I need the loudest cheer you got. Are you ready? 1, 2, 3. Okay, I think that was pretty good. So, you guys up here, you all did awesome. I think it's the adults in the back we're going to need a little bit of help with. So we're going to try this one more time, but we need everybody's help in this room. On the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. Let's see if we were loud enough.
Mickey Mouse Club, Mickey Mouse Club, Mickey Mouse Club, Mickey Mouse Club. Who's the leader of the club that's made for you and me? M-I-C-K-E-Y-M-O-U-S-E. Hey there, hi there, ho there, you're as welcome as can be.
Mickey Mouse making an appearance at this story time at MacDill Air Force Base, where the kids here in just a minute are going to get the chance to pick out some books to take home. You heard there, they'll get 6 for themselves and 2 to hand out to a friend. A lot of excitement in that room at MacDill Air Force Base. Mickey Mouse and the Second Lady of the United States, a couple of very high-profile special guests in Tampa today for this story time. We're going to take a quick break right now here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we will be right back.
Armstrong reporting the roll and pitch program, which puts Apollo 11 on a proper heading.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Wymer, and thanks for joining us here on this Tuesday afternoon, live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Facebook. We are still standing by and expecting this interview with a veterinarian at the Central Florida Zoo. We'll bring that to you live as soon as that comes in. But right now, I want to get you to Ocala, where earlier today, Congresswoman Kat Cammack, a Republican who represents Florida's 3rd Congressional District, held a news conference talking about her legislation that she's sponsoring called the Answering the Call Act, which strengthens the 988 suicide and crisis lifeline specifically for first responders, extending some more resources to those first responders, dispatchers, anyone kind of on the front lines there who go through so much. And we know the toll that it can take, the cost of that service. And so Congresswoman Cammack held this news conference today talking about the importance of having resources and ways to help first responders.
Well, good morning, and it is a pleasure to be here in Marion County. I am Congresswoman Kat Cammack, proudly representing Florida's 3rd Congressional District, and I am particularly excited because today we are announcing a massive push and introduction of our 988 Answering the Call Act of 2026. This bill addresses a topic that so many people are hesitant to have, but it is long overdue that we have the conversation and address the gap in resources that currently exist. So before I get started in talking about the legislation itself, I want to acknowledge the first responders here with us in the audience as well as behind me. I want to thank, first and foremost, Marion County Fire Rescue and Chief Banta for providing us with this incredible space, but also for being a leading voice when it comes to mental health awareness in the first responder community. I would also like to acknowledge Chief, where'd you go? There you are. Chief Balkan, aka Ride or Die, from the Ocala Police Department. And we have so many great friends from Alachua County Fire Rescue, Fanning Springs, Chief Flynn, we have Florida Highway Patrol, as well as representatives from the Marion County Sheriff's Office. Now, if I forgot anyone, I apologize. I have a broken toe, so half of my brain is not functioning right now. Anybody who's broken a toe or a finger knows how much that hurts. But I just want to say thank you. Thank you to all of the incredible men and women who serve our community day in and day out, and for those that serve alongside them, their families, who they equally are cognizant of the issues within the community and want to make sure that their loved ones have all the resources that they need. So why we're here? We're here because we are introducing the Answering the Call Act of 2026. This will make it so that first responders, not just here in Marion County, not just in Florida's 3rd Congressional District, but also across the country, have a dedicated resource for when a crisis occurs. Now, we have heard about the statistics, staggering. First responders are 4 times more likely to commit suicide than the general population. 4 times. That is unacceptable. In the fire service alone, we have seen here in our community about a half a dozen suicides in the last 5 years. That is unacceptable. Now, we have seen also an increase in peer-to-peer support and resources at the behest of local and state government, but the federal government has trailed. That changes today. So leaning in on the National 988 National Hotline for Suicide, we have now directed through this legislation resources that will be dedicated solely to first responders. Because as many of us know, it is a unique profession that people need to be specially trained for. So this bill will provide additional training for those answering the call on the 988 hotline that know what it's like and what these first responders are going through. It's completely anonymous, so there is no fear of retaliation, there is no judgment, and one of the things that I've heard repeatedly as we engage on this issue is fear of reporting within the department. This takes that fear away. Now, I know in talking with my husband, Matt, who is a first responder, that the 988 line is woefully underutilized. In fact, as I would go and have dinner at the station with him and his crew over the last couple of years, I would ask, do you know about the 988 line? And I would get blank stares. That changes because part of this legislation is about awareness. And so there will be grants available for states and departments to push materials out to all of the personnel so that they know that this resource is available to them. This includes not just fire and police, but corrections and dispatchers, EMS as well. And of course, as I mentioned, we know that Marion County is no stranger to loss and this devastation. And that is why I am here with the very people who have been leading this front here in our communities. So without further ado, I would like to introduce Marion County Chief Banta. Where'd you go? There you go. Chief Banta from Marion County Fire Rescue. Thank you, Chief.
Good morning. On January 28th, 2023, firefighter paramedic and SWAT paramedic Alan Singleton died by suicide. Alan was assigned to this station, Station 28, making it a fitting place to gather today alongside his brothers in the fire service. Sadly, Alan was not alone. Marion County Fire Rescue has lost 4 firefighters to suicide. Behind those 4 names are families, friends, and co-workers whose lives were forever changed. This is why today's announcement is so important. First responders answer the call every day. We respond to tragedy, trauma, and human suffering, often carrying the weight of those experiences long after the incident is over. Yet, for far too long, seeking help has carried a stigma in our profession. Congresswoman Cadilac understands that supporting first responders means supporting their physical and mental well-being. The Answer the Call Act is an important step forward ensuring first responders know where to turn, have access to resources, and feel empowered to seek help when they need it. On behalf of Marion County Fire Rescue, I want to thank Congresswoman Cadilac for her leadership, her advocacy, her commitment to the men and women who serve our communities every day. In this effort, if even one first responder reaches out before a crisis becomes a tragedy, it will have made a difference. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. At this time, I would like to bring Chief Vulcan to address us and give some remarks. Thank you.
Hey, good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here with you. Kat probably has no idea how much it pains me that this is taking place in a firehouse rather than the police department, but happy to be here. I want to start by saying this. We have neglected the mental health of our first responders throughout this country for far too long. Each and every day, these brave men and women answer the call for others, often while carrying unseen burdens of their own. The Answering the Call Act recognizes a simple but powerful truth, that is that those who dedicate their lives to protecting our communities deserve our support when they need help. By improving awareness and access to mental health resources, which are keenly tailored to first responders. This legislation sends a clear message, and that is that seeking help is a sign of strength and not one of weakness. I appreciate Congresswoman Kamek's commitment to supporting the people that have dedicated their lives to protecting our communities, because at the end of the day, this really is a lot more than just legislation. It's about taking care of the men and women who take care of our communities. It's about supporting those who serve and ensuring that they have the tools necessary to remain healthy while doing a very difficult job during what really is a very difficult time in the history of our country. And those are goals that we can all stand behind. I want to thank my friend, Congresswoman Kat Kamek, for her leadership, for being a champion to the men and women who serve on the front lines each and every day. So on behalf of first responders everywhere, thank you, ma'am, so much for standing alongside us. We appreciate you. Thank you.
I can't say enough about the good work that the men and women of our community, our district, and truly the first responder community around the country do every single day. They have answered the call every single time, and I think it's high time that we answer the call in return. I'd be remiss if, again, I did not mention my husband, Matt, who is at home right now. He just got back from D.C. He is on dad duty this morning with our daughter, Augusta, but as a 19-year veteran of the Gainesville Fire Rescue Department, this is something near and dear to our heart. So with that, I am going to close and open it up to questions from the media. So again, and thank you so much to Marion County Fire Rescue for hosting us here today. This is an incredible moment to mark something that, like I said, is long overdue. So with that, any questions?
When did you decide that you wanted to do this? You know, when did it become something you wanted to make sure you put your name on it?
Obviously, I'm a bit biased towards our first responder community, but I saw firsthand over the course of dating my husband and then marrying into the first responder community. And when you're dating a firefighter or a law enforcement professional, you basically marry the entire community. And I saw firsthand many of the challenges that they face on a day-to-day basis, where after a 24-hour shift, he would come home and I would watch as he would have to compartmentalize some of the most devastating things that would rattle anyone, and he would put it in a box somewhere in his brain and have to go about his day. And when you have folks that are seeing the worst of the worst, it takes a toll. And we have been really focused as a nation on, rightfully so, serving the veterans of this nation and the PTSD that exists within that community. But I'll never forget a conversation with a colleague of mine, Morgan Luttrell. He represents a district in Texas. He and his brother are Navy SEALs. And when I told him what my husband did, he looked at me and said, "That's the tsunami that no one sees coming." He said, "We deploy, we come home." Whereas firefighters and police, they deploy every single day. And that sustained level of trauma and exposure over a 20, 25, 30-year career, it takes a toll. And I don't think that there's enough resources that we could push into the first responder community to make right of what they deal with day in and day out.
What would success look like for this act?
Success, I think, as Chief Banta laid out, would be if one person was saved, one life was saved. That, to me, is the measure of success. And I know that through the work of this legislation, we will be able to make people aware that this resource exists, get more clinicians trained in a way that is meaningful and targeted towards the first responder community. And I think more than one life will be saved. But measure of success, one life.
So you've been working on this for a while. You've lived in the community for a long time. Is this something you've been working, is this legislation something you've been working on for a long time? Or was there one incident that said, okay, we have to do this now?
I will say, obviously, we've always worked extensively on issues within the first responder community, but when we saw the terrible tragedies that were taking place in our own backyard here in Marion County, that's when I called Chief Banta and I said, what can we do? What can we do? And that started us down a path of really working with a number of different stakeholders on solutions and options. And it's no surprise that Congress moves at a glacier pace. We want to make sure that this actually gets across the finish line. So we have tailored this as meaningfully and as narrowly as possible so that it's not encompassing a bunch of different issues, which in Washington they love to do. So this is something that I believe will absolutely be signed into law by the president and will be implemented by next year. Do you have any questions for either one of our chiefs? Well, this might be the most effective press conference ever held by a member of Congress in the history of the United States. So 250 years, and I think we got it right. I want to thank you all so much for having us here. Chief Banta, thank you. Cannot thank you guys enough. To all of our folks here in attendance, I really appreciate you guys. Media, I never thought I would be thanking you, but thank you for covering this very important issue. This is incredibly meaningful and important for our community. So with that, I want to thank you guys and have a great day.
Congresswoman Kat Cammack talking about the Answering the Call Act at that news conference earlier today in Ocala, talking about the importance of extending resources and having systems and processes and resources in place to help first responders deal with the weight of the trauma that they deal with every single day. You heard her call the high suicide rate in first responders unacceptable, and that something has to be done to stem that tide. She hopes that this legislation could be a step toward that, and you heard her say success would be saving one life. We're going to take a break right now here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back.
Reporting the roll and pitch program, which puts Apollo 11 on a proper heading.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Wymer here, and thanks for joining us on this Tuesday afternoon, live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Facebook. We've been monitoring where things stand with the deal in Iran. We talked yesterday about the foreign policy implications and the steps in the process that still have to be worked out in order to come to this peace deal, and what we expect to see when it comes to the Strait of Hormuz reopening. But I know the question that a lot of us have on our minds is, when can we see prices come down, things come back to normal when it comes to some of the disruptions and things that we saw when this conflict first started? And so joining us live now to help us answer some of these questions and give us some good perspective here, we've got Robert Hooker, who's the director of the Monica Wooden Center for Supply Chain Management and Sustainability. Robert, thank you so much for joining us here on Fox 35 News Plus today.
Great to be with you, Garrett. Thank you.
So I'm sure
this is something that you hear as a lot as well. People wondering
where things
stand, and what do you tell them when they want to know the status of prices, when they're going to lower? Sure. Yeah, well, everything's clearly very fluid at the moment, right? So we'll see where things end up with this Iranian deal and so forth. But supply chain is, one thing that supply chain folks are very familiar with is that it's always in a state of change. Things are very dynamic. In the case of what we're seeing right now, it's a lot of volatility around fuel prices, around minerals that go into fertilizers, our food supply chains, things like that are all tied together. So it will take a little time to shake out.
And why is that? Why is it not something that we see? We obviously want those things immediately, because these are prices that we've been dealing with for a while and some difficulties. We know the tough situation that many families are facing, and we would love to have that relief right now. Why is this something that takes time?
We sure do. Well, we'll stay with just the fuel supply chain, for example, for a moment. It can take weeks to produce, refine, and then ultimately distribute. When you aggregate those timetables, it could be a matter of months, really, before things start moving again. Now, in terms of the United States, we import a little less than 10% of our oil from Persian Gulf countries, but we're in a global economy. So there's a ripple effect when you have, about a fifth of the world's oil kind of cut off, as it has been for the past couple of months. So it'll take some time to shake out.
Will prices ever, we've heard some concern and some questions about whether prices will go back down to where they were pre-war. Do you expect us to see prices go back down, or is this more of a thing you expect to see them kind of stabilize, maybe drop a little bit, but maybe not to where they were before?
I think prices will go down some. We've already seen, just in terms of fuel, kind of the speculative prices have dropped a little bit, just on the optimism of this deal with Iran, perhaps. But it'll take time. It's again, we're in a high season with things like travel, for example, and so forth. So when there's high demand for oil and all of those things, it'll take a little time to see kind of where things settle out.
When it comes to the Strait of Hormuz, why is this still such an important corridor for transit of all kinds of goods coming across these ships?
Sure. Again, it's a real narrow waterway, as we know. It's just been covered, and about a fifth of the world's oil supply goes through that narrow waterway. So, when the entire globe and the global economies are cut off from that, and as we know, petrochemicals tie to just about every supply chain, every product that we buy and use as consumers, it's going to have an impact, not only on the prices of gas, but of course, all the other products that we enjoy and use on a daily basis.
And why is it so critical? Why is it 2026 and there's not another way for some of these things to travel through? These are questions that I think people wonder.
Well, yeah, and this event is a little bit unprecedented, right? We haven't seen something like this before. We had the Suez Canal that was blocked a few years ago and similar sorts of things, but this is a bit unique. There's some speculation out there that there might be some alternative approaches for getting oil out of that part of the world, but that remains to be seen. So until those things come about, this is what we deal with and what we work with. So we'll just try to flex and work with it as best we can, cope.
Right. And so what's the bottom line here? What should we keep in mind as we, are optimistic that things are winding down there and wait to see kind of what happens?
Yeah, be patient. Realize that supply chains are all independent. So we might see a drop in one or volatility across several supply chains. They're all kind of linked, but they're also all sort of independent, right, as we were discussing. So be patient, be mindful and educated as consumers. Try to plan things like, your errands and stuff like that, and save some costs that way if you can. And hopefully this thing will shake out.
Let's hope so. Robert Hooker, Director of the Monica Wooden Center for Supply Chain Management and Sustainability. Thank you so much for your time, and thanks for chatting with us here on Fox 35 News Plus today.
My pleasure. Have a great day. Thank you.
You too. We're going to take a quick break, and we'll be right back.
Reporting the roll and pitch program, which puts Apollo 11 on a proper heading.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Wymer here, and thanks for joining us this afternoon. We are waiting to hear from Attorney General James Othmeyer in the 2 o'clock hour. He is going to be speaking alongside a number of folks in Miami, holding a news conference there, along with some officials when it comes to the FIFA Miami Host Committee, number of law enforcement agencies, prosecutors from that area, the FBI, Visit Florida. So we will tune in to that and bring you that news conference live. I also want to give you one update on something that I've been talking about for the last little bit. We will still get you the interview with the veterinarian at the Central Florida Zoo. We were unable to get that live, but we will still have that interview for you coming up in just a little bit. But I want to get you now to Winter Haven, where Governor Ron DeSantis held a news conference earlier today alongside Attorney General James Othmeyer, FDLE Commissioner Mark Glass, and some others, signing several bills about law enforcement and public safety. Here is what the governor said earlier today.
I know people in Polk County know we're a law and order state because I've done a lot of stuff with Grady over the years, and we take pride in upholding the rule of law and having safe communities, and it's made a big difference in the lives of many, many people to be able to have strong public safety and to be able to raise their kids or to retire in a safe environment. And the way you do that is to have very strong policies at the state level that put the criminal on the defensive and support victims and law-abiding citizens. And if you don't have that, then it just doesn't work. Now, if you have that, you still need folks to actually implement that on the local level, and we have that in Florida. We have, I think, the best law enforcement in the country, from police departments to sheriff's departments, and they're doing the good work every day. And we're proud to have their back. Proud to have their back financially because we've given a lot of money over the years, but more, I think even more so, having strong policies. I mean, imagine if we had policies in Florida like they have in places like California where they release felons early. You think that they're just going to start becoming choir boys? Not usually. Like, it can happen, don't get me wrong. And I love a redemption arc. I love rehabilitation. But when you have some of these people that are career criminals, they are going to reoffend. And so you have to keep them off the street and make them serve their entire sentence. When you have situations where you're springing people out of jail with no cash bail and letting them just go right back on the street like they do in some of these other states, it's been disastrous. I mean, even here in Florida, we had a situation where you had a guy get convicted of trying to travel to meet some minor that he was going to abuse, and convicted, and the judge let him go home until his sentencing happened, and then he ended up murdering this 5-year-old girl. So this stuff is just, it's you got to have the right frame of mind. So we're proud to have had those good policies. Now, I've seen a little bit of discussion about some of the stuff that happens in some of these areas. There's a couple spots around Florida, where you have some of these youth that are out there, and they're saying that they're teen takeovers and they just take over certain areas. I just want to be very clear. We do not recognize any teen takeover. If you try that, you are doing that at your peril. And if the local officials are not holding you accountable, I'll put somebody in there who will hold you accountable. We are not going to let the inmates run the asylum in the free state of Florida. Now, today, we have a number of bills, and we've done a lot. And sometimes it's like hard to even find because, we've been there, done that. I mean, there are other states that are trying to do what we did 4 or 5 years ago on issues related to law and order and other things, too. I mean, I hear talk about we've got to keep boys out of girls' sports. And, I agree with that. We did that 5 or 6 years ago in Florida, and they're still fighting that, at the federal level and other parts. And so we're usually ahead of the curve on all this stuff, but we want to keep the momentum going. So we've got a number of pieces of legislation here that I'm going to be signing, so I'll go over really quickly some of them, and then we'll have some speakers, and then I'll sign them and we'll make it official. So Senate Bill 432, it's trafficking penalties for, and I don't know, xylazine. I've never been able to pronounce that. They call it Trang, a dangerous drug that is increasingly being mixed with illicit narcotics. The bill targets criminals who package and market dangerous substances in ways designed to attract young people. In addition, the legislation addresses the growing misuse of nitrous oxide through provisions known as Meg's Law, named in honor of Meg Caldwell. This measure recognizes a young Florida woman whose life was tragically cut short after struggling with nitrous oxide addiction. So we've led the nation in taking decisive action against emerging drug threats, and we're continuing to do that with this bill today. I'm also proud to sign Senate Bill 1332. This strengthens Florida's Career Offender Registration Act, provides law enforcement better tools to monitor some of the most serious repeat offenders in our state. And as I alluded to earlier, you have some people that will simply re-offend. It's just the nature. You have some people that learn their lesson. We see them on the pardons. They come up to the clemency board and they get convicted of something when they're 20, and then they come at 55 and have had a good life and have been law-abiding, so then they ask to get that off their record. And so sometimes we do that, and that's appropriate. But that is not always the case, and indeed maybe not even usually the case. So right now, career offenders, now because of this legislation, career offenders will be required to register in person with their local sheriff's office and provide more comprehensive identifying information. They got to report changes to their residence, employment, vehicles, phone numbers, and complete annual in-person registration. This will improve coordination between local law enforcement, our state agencies, including our Department of Corrections, to make sure that this offender information is accurate, and it also increases accountability for offenders who fail to comply with these requirements. I'm also proud to sign House Bill 429, legislation modernizing Florida's criminal gang statutes by expanding the criteria that can be used to establish gang involvement. I signed the bill, the anti-Sharia bill earlier this year that allows law enforcement to identify, and then we can ratify, I think Governor and Cabinet, designated terror organizations. And so you have some of these like the Muslim Brotherhood, the Council of American Islamic Relations, like that, no doubt, right? But you also have like Tren de Aragua that should be categorized as a designated, and we will be doing that after July 1st when that legislation takes effect. So gang violence and gang activity is a scourge, and it's something that we need to use all the resources we have to crack down on. So this bill recognizes online admissions of gang affiliation, gang-related social media activity, identification by criminal gangs themselves, and other modern indicators of gang participation. It's basically updating the law to reflect the reality of how you would prove that in this digital information age. The legislation helps ensure that these enhanced penalties can be applied when the evidence demonstrates this active gang involvement. I'm also signing Senate Bill 156, the Officer Jason Rayner Act. The legislation honors the memory of Officer Jason Rayner, a Daytona Beach police officer who made the ultimate sacrifice in the line of duty while serving his community. The legislation strengthens protections for law enforcement officers and ensures those who attack, injure, or kill officers face serious consequences. This bill makes clear that individuals cannot use force to resist officers who are acting in good faith while carrying out their duties. Disagreements about an arrest should be settled in a courtroom, not through violence on the street. The bill also strengthens penalties for violent crimes committed against law enforcement officers, including increasing consequences for battery on an officer, enhancing penalties for those who violently resist arrest. In addition, this legislation ensures individuals convicted of manslaughter against law enforcement officers and other specified public safety personnel face the toughest penalties available under Florida law. Message we send with this bill is simple. If you attack a law enforcement officer in the state of Florida, prepare to be held accountable. Finally, I'm proud to sign Senate Bill 436, legislation strengthening Florida's law by ensuring repeat violent offenders face tougher consequences for their action. Right now, a second battery offense can be elevated to a felony if the offender has certain prior battery-related convictions. This bill adds a prior conviction for resisting an officer with violence to that list of pre-existing offenses. And so now those individuals will be held accountable in a more significant way. So I want to thank the members of the legislature who continue to put the pedal to the metal on this. You know, when I first became governor, and then Grady will tell you the story about this, the discussion in the legislature was about eliminating Florida's truth in sentencing requirements, letting people out early, not even having to serve their full sentence. And it would have been more akin to states like California and Illinois and New York than what we've come to be known as Florida. And I obviously opposed that, and we nipped that in the butt, as well as other things that were under discussion at that time. Now, I think people know, like, that's not even something you want to be discussing. I mean, certainly, with me as governor, because I will stop it if it did. But the conversation has changed dramatically over the last 7 years. There's no question about that. The momentum is real, and I think these bills are proof positive of that. So we'll hear from some of our speakers. Then we will make it official and do the photos with that. Okay, so we'll start with the AG, then Commissioner Glass.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you, Governor. It's an honor to be here to fight for Florida's families and to lead our state law enforcement. I got to tell you, when I took this job a year and a half ago, I was a little bit nervous because we're at record crime lows. So if it ticks up, even 1%, I'm not doing my job. But we worked hard. We have increased our statewide prosecutions by over 50%. We've secured 30% more convictions than the year before, over 40% more human trafficking convictions. We've arrested a record more than 1,700 child predators, and we are putting bad guys away like never before. I want to thank the Rayner family for being here. One of the bills today is dedicated to Jason Rayner, who was killed in the line of duty, a Daytona Beach police officer, and his legacy will live on through these pro-law and order policies. Here in Florida, if you lay a finger on a police officer, you're going away for a long time. If you were a child predator and you're coming after our kids, you are going away for a long time. And we're eligible, we will seek the death penalty. So we're going to fight every day to put bad guys away, make this the safest state to raise a family, and I'm honored to do it. So, thank you.
Mark?
Thank you, Governor. Thank you, Attorney General. Thank you, everybody here and legislators. I just want to say thank you for what a great package of criminal justice bills that y'all put through this year. Thank you so much for the hard work you did there. And thank you for everybody here attending. The Rayner family, my heart and love goes out to you and your family members on that. It affects us all. So you heard the governor talk about the different bills, Senate bills and House bills that went through this year. The Rayner family is an example of a reform that was needed, that the House did what they needed to do to enhance penalties on people who try to take violent assault on our law enforcement officers. As a law enforcement officer, being out there, and to include Senate Bill 436, which is felony battery, I can't tell you how many times I've arrested somebody, Chief, you know this, arrested somebody, and they had this on their record over and over, a battery on LEO, battery on LEO, battery on LEO. But these people continue to keep getting out of jail or through the justice system, and they keep getting out, and it's just terrible that you're putting your life on the line every time you're having to deal with these folks. So these bills that you're seeing that the governor will be signing today is going to help that local officer, that deputy, that trooper, that special agent, that detective that's out there to do their job efficiently, effectively, and safely, and come home to their families. So I just want to say thank you for all that. Gangs on social media. Parents, if you're not paying attention to social media, what your kids are doing out there, you need to be. Because if they're out there doing their little crip walk and doing all their other little things they do on TikTok and all that stuff, trying to look hard and everything and do their Facebook stuff, or I'm dating myself with Facebook, whatever the new one is. I just say social media, it's easier that way. But if they're doing that and then little Johnny goes out and commits a crime, well, my cyber team, along with the Attorney General, statewide prosecutor team, we will go after them, and they will be labeled as such when they go in jail or prison. Now, remember this, little Johnny, if you do that and you're not a member of that gang and you go into prison, it ain't going to go well for you in prison, I'm sure, when that real gang is in there finding out that you're in there trying to be one of them. So just remember that, parents. Pay attention to that. Career offender registration. Been trying to push this for the last couple of years. The governor's office really helped push this through, and then we have some really great legislators on that one, and I want to say thank you for that, to get that through. Basically, giving the law enforcement officer on the street, being able to look at the ID and see that the person is a career offender. Career offender is not little Johnny going to steal a candy bar at the junior food store. Career offenders are the ones that have been deemed by the court to continuously keep coming through here, and these are your violent ones. These are the ones that try to affect your crime rate in your city, and these are the ones we want to pay attention to. So by that also, just looking at the driver's license or the ID card, and that marking is on there, they already know who they're dealing with without even having to run the name. That's just something that is a very good thing that we have, and as citizens, you'll reap the benefits from that one. Meg's Law, it's a tragedy. It's a tragedy that we still have a lot of different things that are abuse in our country, in our state. However, I will say with the public safety reforms, the public safety stuff that we're doing here in our great state, the state of Florida, the free state of Florida, is not only going after the drug dealers and the pushers, but also there is other means and things that are out there for the victims that are falling prey to these folks that are receiving this type of drugs. Addiction is real. It affects all our families, and we should be paying attention to that in our families, and there's a lot of help out there. So if you do not know where to get the help, please just reach out to your local community. The state has plenty of websites on there, the DCF, FDLE, places we can help point you to the right place to get help. The First Lady has the Facts Your Future. You take a look at that as parents. It is a good way to arm yourself with information to help have victims in your family. With that, I just want to say, as the Commissioner of FDLE, it has been a blessing, and it's still a blessing, to fight for truth, fight for securing the free state of Florida, and it's so much easier to do it with the leadership that I have here, and thank you, Governor, for your leadership on this.
Great. Okay. Good morning, and thank you, Governor, for your leadership in making the steadfast commitment to keep Florida families and communities safe. At DBPR, our mission is to ensure that the industries we regulate operate lawfully, responsibly, and in a manner that protects the public. Through our Division of Alcoholic Beverages and Tobacco, we oversee thousands of licensed tobacco and nicotine retailers across the state, and we work closely with local, state, and federal partners to ensure compliance with Florida law. And today marks another important step forward in public safety as we transition to talking about the signing of Senate Bill 432 into law. The governor is strengthening Florida's efforts to protect young people, support families, and hold accountable the bad actors who profit from the misuse of dangerous substances. In particular, an important piece of this legislation is Meg's Law, and you've heard a little bit about her. Back in October, our law enforcement team, that's the second oldest in the state, conducted its largest felony operation, making over 80 felony arrests in 1 week to prevent the sale of nitrous oxide to minors. Through that operation, we led to hearing about the story of Meg Codwell, thanks to Representative Plakin and others, who is a young lady who, as the governor said, became addicted to nitrous oxide and eventually lost the use of her legs and then her life to this addiction. Unfortunately, her story is not unique, and we really appreciate her family, especially Kathleen Dial, who could not unfortunately be here today, but who shared the story and was extremely persistent in making sure that legislation like this was passed so that this dangerous substance cannot get into the hands of minors. And in particular, Governor, she asked us to tell you how grateful she is for your leadership on this important mission. Under the governor's leadership, the department turned our enforcement operation and the story of Meg's death and others into tangible policy. Less than a year later, we stand here as the governor signs and enacts that legislation. It highlights the true impact that advocacy and a commitment to public safety can make here in Florida. Specifically, the provisions of the bill, known as Meg's Law, make it a felony for gas stations, convenience stores, and vape shops to sell nitrous oxide. We know that that is the place that minors most often go to get the sale of these recreational products that are extremely harmful to their bodies, and this will be a huge step forward in making sure that those minors remain safe. There is targeted approach to focus on high-risk retail environments where access that has contributed to misuse, particularly among young people, is now prohibited. And it closes an entry point that has enabled recreational misuse and places clear responsibility on retailers operating under Florida-issued licenses. With that, we want to thank the governor for his leadership and unwavering commitment to protecting Florida families, and in particular, Senator Yarborough and Representative Plakin, as well as other members of the Florida legislature who are here.
This news conference continuing in Winter Haven earlier today, leading up to the governor signing several bills that you heard him talk about just moments ago. Meanwhile, we are standing by and waiting for a news conference in Miami, where we expect to hear from Attorney General James Othmeyer speaking very shortly and talking about combating human trafficking. Again, this news conference set to begin in just a couple of minutes. We'll bring that to you live when it does.
Armstrong reporting the roll and pitch program, which puts Apollo 11 on a proper heading.
And streaming. This is Florida Live.
Well, good afternoon to you. Welcome into Florida Live. I'm Garrett Wymer, and thanks for joining us on this Tuesday afternoon, live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Fox 35 Plus this afternoon. I want to give you a live look right now in Miami, where any minute now we are expecting to hear from Attorney General James Uthmeier, joined by some prosecutors, FBI officials, other officials visit Florida Chamber of Commerce, the FIFA 2026 Miami Host Committee, all expected at this news conference where they're going to be talking about combating human trafficking. Again, this news conference expected to begin any minute now in Miami. We will get you there as soon as that does begin. Right now, though, I want to bring in Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist TJ Springer, who's joining me for our Florida Live forecast. And TJ, we are bracing for some heat here in our area.
Yeah.
But we're also watching what could be potentially the first named storm of the hurricane season, potentially developing in the Gulf.
It's looking that way. Yeah, it's crazy because there's still so much shear in the Gulf, Garrett, but it looks like this may be able to thread that needle in an area where there is more minimal shear, where it could organize. There's now some of that heat content in the Gulf for this to work off of as well. So we could be seeing Arthur fairly soon.
And we got our first look at, kind of the first cone of the season as well. So kind of walk us through the latest with what we are seeing with this storm.
Sure, yeah. So at 11 o'clock this morning, we have potential tropical system 1, and it's starting to get its act together. It does look fairly messy when you look at the satellite, but this is potential tropical cyclone 1, what was Invest 90L that we were talking about yesterday. And as it continues to work into the Gulf over the next 12 to 24 hours, that's where it looks like we're going to see that organization a bit further. And there is a lot on this map. You can see all the green blinking boxes. Those are flash flood warnings. Already tropical moisture streaming up across portions of Texas and Louisiana and Mississippi. Then in the lighter shade of green, more widespread, those are flood watches. And then in the yellow, those are tropical storm watches. So it does look like as we awaken on Wednesday, we could be seeing Arthur here. And at its latest check here, which is at 2 o'clock, the wind still sustained at 30 miles per hour as it's working off to the north and east around 6. And it is looking like it could, actually, let me try to adjust that map a little bit. It does look like it could become essentially Arthur by the wee hours of our Wednesday morning. And this looks a little bit messier. This always happens, Garrett. We get these updates right at 2 o'clock. It tweaks the whole map, but it's looking like through the remainder of the day, we're going to see a little more organization. And then by Wednesday morning, around 8 o'clock in the morning, we could have Arthur. Now, it does look like it's going to weaken as it moves over land, but either way, through the remainder of the week, it's looking like we're going to have a lot of moisture on top of the Gulf Coast from Texas eastbound through Mississippi and even Alabama. Now, what's interesting, it's looking like this could work back into the Atlantic if it can kind of keep its act together, and it may be able to reorganize once again as it moves off the eastern seaboard through early next week. Now, for us, what does that mean? Well, you can kind of see all the lighter shades of green here. That's the deeper tropical moisture, which will likely be Arthur tomorrow. And then it kind of works around the ridge of high pressure. And by Friday into the weekend, some of that moisture is working down toward us as this cold front sweeps through. So kind of the remnant moisture going to be in the atmosphere, Garrett, and it looks like that could be kind of increasing our rain chances a bit as we head through Saturday, Sunday, and into early next week.
Interesting to see, the chances for this to potentially form over land.
Yeah, it's crazy because essentially the circulation is still over land now, and even with the invest yesterday, I can't remember in recent memory when we've gotten an invest over land. So I think I'm kind of thinking the NHC is maybe just getting a jump on it, being that it is the first one. And even today with the issuance of the tropical system or tropical cyclone, we saw that issued this morning. So yeah, I think just kind of because it's the first one, maybe trying to get people a little more aware as it starts to organize a bit further.
But pushing some of that moisture, that tropical feel here to Florida too.
For sure, yeah. And you mentioned the heat. I mean, it's going to feel really rough. It already feels rough out there today. Tomorrow feels like temps back up into the low to mid 100s, and it looks even hotter by our Thursday and Friday. Those feels like temps potentially surging up around 106, maybe to as high as 108 degrees as we progress through our Thursday and Friday. Chasing heat advisory criteria, really a major heat risk for us, and that's why we've issued this storm team alert now as we progress through the latter half of the work week.
It's going to be feeling like summer if you didn't think it felt like summer just yet. Just wait till Thursday.
Just wait till Thursday and Friday. I know, I'm sweating just thinking about it.
You and me both.
We need the pool and some ice cream or a popsicle.
Or both. Why would you
combo?
Yeah. Fox 35 Storm Team Meteorologist TJ Springer, we appreciate you joining us here for our Florida Live forecast.
Thanks, Garrett. I appreciate it.
All right, and so we are continuing to track that potential for watching that tropical system, and we are definitely going to be making sure we prepare for that heat that is going to be here in Central Florida here in just a couple of days. Let me give you another live look right now in Miami. Still no indication of when this news conference might start. It looks like it could be any time now, scheduled for 2 o'clock, where we'll hear from the Attorney General, from a state attorney, U.S. attorney, Jeanette Nunez, the FIU president. We'll hear from the FBI, from HSI, a number of different agencies and officials going to be speaking at this news conference about combating human trafficking, with some sort of ties to a large influx of people in that area for the World Cup, because we do expect to hear from Rodney Barreto in his capacity as the co-chair of the FIFA 2026 Miami host committee. So again, we'll bring that news conference to you live when it does begin. But right now it is time for our Tampa Connection, where we take a look at some of the big stories in the Bay Area. And for that, we go to Fox 13 senior content producer Nancy Gay, who is joining us live this afternoon. And Nancy, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Garrett. We have some sad news coming out of Highlands County, where an airboat adventure turned deadly yesterday. The Florida Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission says 7 people were on an airboat heading toward the Kissimmee River when officials say that airboat turned into a deeper section of water and actually began taking on water. This happened as they were turning from that canal toward the Kissimmee River. After it started taking on water, the vessel then capsized, throwing all 7 people overboard. 4 of those passengers were able to swim safely back to shore. However, 3 others disappeared into the water. Search and rescue teams responded immediately, and officials say that the bodies of the 3 missing victims were recovered. Originally, yesterday, we got word that 2 bodies were recovered, and they were searching for a 3rd, but they did find that 3rd body last night. FWC is leading the ongoing investigation into what caused the crash, and the agency has expressed its deepest condolences to the families and loved ones of the victims. Garrett?
Certainly a sad update on that is the 3rd body found, and also a sad story here with this plane crash crash in Polk County. What are you learning about that?
Yeah, this happened last night, and it was supposed to be a fun evening where two friends, they had planned to fly in formation in Polk County, and one friend left from the airport in Lakeland, but the victim, he left from an airport in Bartow, and shortly before 8 o'clock last night, authorities received a 911 call reporting that that plane crashed. Firefighters were there within 5 minutes, and they found the wreckage in a pasture in a wooded area about 1 mile west of Moore Road. Now, Polk County Sheriff Grady Judd says the surviving pilot was able to give investigators the exact location of where his partner disappeared. That pilot reported seeing a piece fly off of the low-wing aircraft before the entire plane came apart and plunged straight into the ground. Authorities note that this specific type of experimental aircraft can cruise at speeds of 200 miles per hour. Now, authorities have not yet released the identity of the young man who died. While the second pilot witnessed the breakup, investigators still don't know exactly what caused the fatal malfunction. The National Transportation Safety Board and the Federal Aviation Administration have been notified, and they will be taking the lead on the crash, while the Polk County Sheriff's Office will handle the death investigation. Garrett?
All right, and finally, Nancy, here in our Tampa Connection, a historic church looking to raise some money so that it can continue to be a historic part of the community.
Yes, that's right. The St. Nicholas Greek Orthodox Cathedral has been a staple in the Tarpon Springs community for 82 years, but its congregation actually dates all the way back to 1907. Now, it is a beautiful and iconic building, but a closer look reveals deep cracks breaking through the walls. Church leaders say the cathedral took a major beating during the recent hurricanes, and now even a simple rainstorm makes the damage worse. Moisture is causing the plaster to crumble, and water is actively leaking from the roof. Now, to fix it, the church is launching a massive restoration project. The work ahead includes a brand new roof, extensive window repairs, new plaster, and delicate art restoration for the hand-painted icons inside. The building holds incredible historical significance. It was originally built by the local sponge divers who donated a percentage of their earnings every time their boats came to shore. The cathedral even features a marble imported from this exact same mountain in Greece as the Acropolis. Now the community is stepping up to protect that legacy. A Capital Campaign group is working to raise $6 million for the restoration. They already have over $3 million pledged. Now, phase one of the project will cost $1.2 million to secure the roof and windows. Organizers say they are in good shape to begin, with bids going out next week and construction slated to start this September. Now, once the building is watertight, phase two will use the remaining $4.8 million to restore the interior artwork and update Typhron Hall in the St. Nicholas Community Center, ensuring that the community stands for generations to come. Garrett?
Fox 13 senior content producer Nancy Berry, thanks so much for joining us here on for our Tampa Connection today.
Thank you.
And before we go to break, let me go ahead and give you another live look in Miami, where we're waiting to hear from the Attorney General any minute now. We're going to take a quick break, and we'll be right back. Welcome back into Florida Live. Garrett Wymer here, and nice to see you on this Tuesday afternoon. We are still standing by waiting to hear from Attorney General James Uthmeier, going to be speaking in Miami about human trafficking. We know that Miami playing host to 6 more World Cup matches in the coming days. They had their first one yesterday, still a handful more, and we expect that to be a focus of this news conference coming up in just a little bit. We will get you there when that news conference begins any minute now. I also want to continue to follow up this afternoon on the sad news that we gave you on Fox 35 News Plus earlier today, the death of another sloth at Central Florida Zoo in Sanford, where they have been taking care of a number of these sloths. They initially took in 13 of them that had previously been being cared for by Sloth World. This is part of the fallout of that and the investigation into dozens of sloth deaths that have been leading to potentially some changes when it comes to rules and regulations and laws here in the state of Florida. But there are still sloths that are going through a recovery process. And we know that this can be a process because of just how slow their metabolism and everything works, that some of these things have taken really some time for these issues to show up. And so Fox 35's Marie Ettinger had the chance to speak with one of the veterinarians earlier today at the Central Florida Zoo to find out more about how those sloths are doing and what the process is like now for them. But again, just sad news, heartbreaking news today as we found out that another sloth, Willow, has passed away. So what's next? This is Dr. Straub speaking with Marie just a few minutes ago.
One of the adult sloths that we had here, who's been with us just under 2 months now. Willow was one of our seemingly strongest sloths since arrival. All of our sloths received comprehensive veterinary exams on admin. We were able to kind of gauge, their triage severity based on what we were finding on those medical exams. And across the board, across energy level and on the blood tests and x-rays, Willow was a seemingly, on the outside, healthy-looking sloth. Fortunately, as we've said before and as we've been seeing throughout this process, these guys are very, I guess, special animals in that, even though they may externally look like they're thriving, we may not see changes in their health until it's much later down the line. And that was the case with Willow. We saw a very quick downfall with her. Our team jumped on her care as soon as we possibly could, performing blood tests as needed, exams, x-rays, and daily care, things like sub-Q fluids and feedings. And unfortunately, her case just declined very, very rapidly. So we had to make the, humane call to euthanize her.
Are the issues that she was facing some of the same things that you had seen in sloths that passed earlier?
Yeah, they've all been very similar in the way that they decline. So typically the first thing that we're seeing is GI compromise. So we see very, very severe diarrhea. Once we see that, the next thing that we see tends to be issues with their thermoregulation. So sloths as a species are very similar to reptiles in that they have a very unique way that they regulate their temperature. And when they start to have issues doing that, that is very detrimental to their health. So once they start to lose that ability, that tends to be kind of the biggest sign, at least from what we've seen in these sloths. And then in working in conjunction with the species survival program, that's kind of their piece of advice as well, is that once we start to see that, the damage tends to be pretty severe. And that was the case with Willow and with the others that we lost as well.
There are 8 left?
Yes, we have 8 adult sloths with us remaining.
Is there a non-adult sloth remaining?
Mm-mm.
Okay,
yeah.
8 adult sloths. I know that you guys had originally said 30-day quarantine minimum.
Mm-hmm.
Extended that to 60 days.
So I know that quarantine guideline is a little bit confusing. So in general, for any animal, not just sloths, that 30 days is in check to make sure that we kind of protect not only our collection and our people, but those animals that are coming in from any infectious potential. Once we're past that 30 days, that risk, while it doesn't go away, becomes a little bit less likely. But for these guys, knowing the way that their bodies work and how everything is so slow, and I think Willow is a perfect perfect example of even the ones that look like they're doing great externally and maybe on all of those medical tests, they are still not healthy animals and they are not out of the woods yet. So that's why we've extended that period, and it's a little arbitrary because we want to give these guys the best possible chance of success here. So right now we are aiming for a tentative guideline of about 3 months for these guys to be in that separate space. These animals are not ready to be on exhibit. They're not ready to be stressed with more people around. We want to give them the best possible chance of success and also give us the opportunity to really be able to monitor them every day and be able to pick up as early as we can on those medical changes like we did with Willow.
Okay, so it was 30-day minimum, which we knew was probably not going to be
correct.
Extended to 60, and now we're aiming for 90 days.
That's just our tentative kind of guess here of like, let's give them those 90 days. We'll see where we're at that point. We could reach that and say, hey, we want to give these guys a little bit more time before we start to add more variables into the case. But we are hoping by right around that 3-month period that hopefully we have, animals that are doing really great across the board, and we can kind of make that next step in their care at that point. But again, it's a day-by-day basis, and that could change once we hit that 3-month period.
Other than Willow taking a turn, it seems like they've mostly been doing better. Has that care come into more of a pattern or been a little bit calmer, or is it still all eyes on them all the time, still in the ICU? What has that been like?
Yeah, so they've remained in the same place. We have the same team of people working with them every single day. They do still receive daily medical checks, so none of that has changed. I will say the caseload of what these animals have required, thankfully, has calmed down a little bit in the last few weeks. All of the animals that we have with us in our care for right now externally seem like they're doing really, really great. So that means they are eating really well. They have, for the most part, very normal feces. They have good energy levels. They're interacting with their environment and their enclosure and their keepers. And so right now, the 8 that we have are doing well. However, again, with the case of Willow, even the ones that we feel like are doing really great and hopefully are set up for success could change at any time. And so we are very...
It's just been a sad situation to see a number of these sloths continue to struggle. We know they were not in good condition according to all indications when they were brought in, and so continuing to monitor that situation. We're going to take a break right now. You're on Florida Live, and we'll be right back.
Reporting the roll and pitch program, which puts Apollo 11 on a proper heading.
Welcome back into Florida Live. Garrett Wymer here, and I want to get you to this news conference in Miami that is just getting underway. Jeanette Nunez, the FIU president, at the podium right now. We expect to hear the Attorney General and business leaders, as well as federal, state, and local law enforcement talking about fighting human trafficking during the World Cup. Let's go ahead and listen in live.
Cannot do it alone. He has to count on so many individuals in our law enforcement community, our government community, our partners, many of whom are here, who are the unsung heroes, the ones that do the work each and every day, dealing with the impact, dealing with the victims. And so it's essential that we have collaboration at all levels. And I know we have some state senators here and others that work on the legislative front. So again, I want to thank Senator Garcia and so many others who are here. Hopefully I'm not missing anyone. I always get in trouble when I single people out. But as we know, human trafficking is one of the most heinous and pervasive and devastating forms of illicit trade and exploitation that happen in the world today. It affects communities everywhere. Oftentimes people think of it as an international problem, but it occurs right here in our own neighborhoods. In fact, Florida consistently ranks number 3 in terms of calls to the human trafficking, the national hotline. And so strengthening what we have and bolstering the law enforcement piece, the prosecution piece, the victims of services is something that we have prioritized in the state of Florida under the leadership of General Othmeyer, Governor DeSantis, and so many others. And we know that there is a lot of work to be done. We have a lot of accolades that we can speak to, but there is still much more work to be done. And from a personal perspective, I've spent probably the better part of 15 years involved and engaged on this issue, both as a former state legislator and as the former lieutenant governor, working on legislation, model legislation to ensure that we strengthen Florida's response to human trafficking, including efforts that prioritizes education, establish the state's first council dedicated to coordinating anti-trafficking policies. And I know our state attorney, Catherine Fernandez-Rundle, and I were part of the original council appointments and spent a good amount of time working on the council, collaborating again with many different partner agencies across the state of Florida. And today, FIU is proud to be a part of that ongoing effort. And I want to thank again the General for ensuring that FIU can add its expertise, being that academic partner, both in terms of hosting the Human Trafficking Summit that the General hosts every year, but also making sure that our own police officers, our FIU PD, the best in the state university system, that they receive the proper training and being able to identify potential human trafficking victims, working closely with local, state, and federal partners, again, to do so. Through our Global Forensic and Justice Center, FIU provides specialized training and technical assistance to law enforcement, military personnel, border security professionals, educators, and others in areas such as victim identification, evidence collection, forensic intelligence, and investigative techniques. So our researchers really work across disciplines. They tear down those silos, and that's everything from our College of Law, of course, criminal justice, public health, international relations, and other areas to ensure that we're helping better understand and predict those trends, making sure that we're strengthening prevention efforts and improving support for victims as well as survivors. And as we know, South Florida, we're privileged to welcome so many major events right now. I know FIFA is dominating the headlines, and I know everyone's rooting for one team or another. I'm cheering for USA, of course. We'll see how they do. But with all the excitement that comes with events like FIFA, like F1, like Super Bowl, those of us that have worked in this space for many years understand that there comes an ugly side to that as well. The uptick and prevalence of human trafficking cases skyrockets when we have those types of events. So again, our collective vigilance becomes even more important. And I've said this often, even if you don't think so, everyone has a role to play in preventing and combating human trafficking, because these large-scale events, again, they create opportunities, and we see that the evidence bears that out. So again, FIU is proud to stand here today to be able to work alongside our Attorney General. So many of you here that have spent a good amount of time, decades in some cases, fighting against human trafficking. I know I see Christy House is here representing and spent a good amount of time as well serving on those boards, and others working with many community partners throughout Florida. And so it is my distinct privilege and honor to welcome to the stage our very own Attorney General, James Othmeyer.
Thank you, President Nunez. We appreciate the partnership with FIU and everything you do to help our state, especially on this important topic. As many in this room have heard me say many times before, we're ranked at the top of almost everything in Florida. We are so blessed in this state. Unfortunately, we are still ranked very high when it comes to top locations for human trafficking, not just in the country, but in the world. And that's no fault of our law enforcement. We have the best law enforcement in the country. They're fighting every day and night to go after traffickers, predators, and evildoers that want to abuse our women and children. But it's just the nature of our state. We have a big economy. We have a lot of international traffic, a very large coastline, tons of professional sporting events, entertainment, you name it. It's naturally going to be a challenge. So we have got to do better. We have got to fight like never before to end human trafficking here in the state of Florida. We're honored here to have our state attorney, Kathy Fernandez-Rundle, who really got people, waking up to this problem, as long as a decade ago. People didn't understand what is human trafficking. A lot of people, they saw the movie Taken and they think there's this organized effort to have a van pull up in a parking lot and kidnap some people. And that does happen on occasion. That horrific setting does happen. But more often, it's women and children that are in terrible life situations. A lot coming out of foster care, a lot of people in abusive family situations, exposure to drugs, moving into the world, looking for wealth, looking to feed addictions, looking for someone who has the appearance of a mentor, father figure, somebody that'll take care of them. And unfortunately, they fall into the hands of a dangerous criminal. They become addicted. They don't see a life of wealth and prosperity that perhaps was promised to them, but they're stuck. They're afraid, and they can't get out. And that's where we have to step in. So today, this press conference is really to highlight the group of people that met just before this. We had about 50 partners from the business community, our hotel and lodging associations, rideshare companies, retail storefronts that are going to see a lot of traffic during the World Cup, our great law enforcement partners from the federal all the way down to the local, our prosecutors, our nonprofits, our service providers, our victims' rights advocates. It has to be one team to truly tackle this evil. So today I'm excited. I'll be joined and we'll have remarks from a handful of people. I think it's important for you to get the flavor of who really is connecting behind the scenes to go after the bad guys. You'll hear from our U.S. Attorney here for the Southern District, Jason Quinones, from Kathy Fernandez-Rundle, the wonderful state attorney here, Mark Wilson, the CEO of the Florida Chamber. We will hear from Homestead Chief of Police, Mario Knapp, Brian Griffin, CEO of Visit Florida, Alfred Sanchez, President and CEO of the Greater Miami Chamber of Commerce, FBI Special Agent in Charge, Brett Skiles, Department of Homeland Security Investigations, Acting Special Agent in Charge, Jose Figueroa, President and CEO of the Greater Miami Beaches and Hotel Association, Curtis Kreider, Southeast Policy Manager for Uber, Lizzie Pittenger. I promise they're not going to talk for an hour each. It'll be short and brief, but I think it's important for you all to see how widespread this partnership really is. We have the Florida Human Trafficking Alliance. We have the Alliance to End Human Trafficking, which is a DSO nonprofit that partners with the state that the legislature created several years ago. We also have the task force that Kathy chairs down here, and it's an honor to support her. The results are working. We've passed more legislation in the last few years and devoted more resources to combating human trafficking than ever before, and we are seeing the results. In just the first year that I've been in office, our prosecutions statewide have gone up over 50%. Convictions related to human trafficking cases are up almost 40%. We've arrested a record 1,700 plus child predators, and I'm looking at the operations that we've got going on just in the next 60 days, and I have a feeling we're going to get over 2,000 very soon. We're utilizing new technology technologies, new tools, new criminal enhancements through new legislation, some of which the governor signed this morning, to go put these guys away for as long as possible. And we're continuing to broaden our family of nonprofits that's helping us to educate, put people on notice, what to look for, how to prevent these travesties, and then most importantly, how to help love and heal people that have suffered great abuse. We did hear today a corporate partner who has many retail fronts in the state of Florida and who shows, you don't always realize who could help identify human trafficking, and that's Starbucks. They have many different locations where people are going to be going in and out for water, coffees, bathrooms. As you have large populations together, they see a lot of traffic, and they announced today that they're going to donate $1 million to our alliance to combat human trafficking. So I want to thank them, all of our partners. I love you guys. This is the most important work that we do in the state. We save lives, so let's keep doing it. Anything you need from me, you're always going to get it. Kathy, I know, is going to take that to heart, and I'm going to have a laundry list, but I'm looking forward to it. So with that, I will bring up your great U.S. Attorney, Jason Quinones.
This news conference continuing live right now in Miami. We've got to step aside, take a quick break right now, but we will be right back and get you back to this news conference in just a couple of minutes.
Reporting the roll and pitch program. Let's put Apollo 11 on a proper heading.
Welcome back into Florida Live. Garrett Wymer here, and we want to get you back to Miami, where we are hearing from a number of officials. This is State Attorney Catherine Fernandez-Rundle, who is the state attorney in Miami-Dade County, speaking right now at this event where we're hearing about efforts to combat human trafficking, especially during the World Cup. We know when there's a lot of people, unfortunately, that is something that officials say you see an increase in. And so the state really focusing in on fighting that, combating that, working together with business leaders, law enforcement partners, and others. So let's go ahead and listen in live.
To see you where you are today, your whole career has been amazing, and And I had a much longer words to say, but so much of it has been said. And so it's about partnerships. And our U.S. attorney, he just calls and says, you can count on us, the federal government, to do whatever we can to support you at the local level, at the national level. And it means so much to have federal, state, and local police all working together on that law enforcement piece. And then I look out into this room and I see the other really important partners. And I really want to start with our service providers, because when we make these rescues, and I know the Attorney General mentioned this earlier in the room, without them, we have nowhere to help return these women, really they're girls, to any kind of normalcy, to restore hope and dignity to them, and to put them on the right track, and to keep them safe. And so all of you, we work with so many of you, Gloria Hudson, Gloria Martinez, and Christy Hudson, Women's Fund, and I could go around this room, and I'm sure Citrus, there's so many, his house, her house, they're all our children. And it really takes all of us. And I'm so proud of the collaboration that we have in this community. And then there's the business sector. You guys and ladies have stepped up like I would match you with any other business community in this country to see how you, with the Hotel and Restaurant Association, with Starbucks now, and you think about Tri-Rail, Brightline, Loan Depot, we're digital throughout our airports. We're digital. Our footprint is huge, and that's because we're all working together. And so the signs are out there, and what to do is out there. Call this hotline number, 305, what is it, Jason? Fixed Up. He's got it. And keep up the good work. I came with some statistics to thank our Attorney General, and I just want to close with that real quickly, because of his resources, we have been able to double up, triple up our efforts in our undercover operations, which means we're going to be flooding hotels and restaurants. We're going to be flooding all of the service providers. But just to show you, Attorney General, what you gave us just recently has resulted in the last few weeks of 19 undercover operations, 100 arrests, and 178 charges. And just in the last 2 weeks, just to show you the ugliness, the Attorney General calls it evil. We all do too. This is what happened just 2 weeks ago. These 12 men went online to purchase 13, 14, and 15-year-old girls. They paid for it in advance. This is an operation we did with Homestead Police Department. And I want you to know some of the ugliness. Like, one of these is a 52-year-old man. He said, all I want to do is pay so I can touch that 13-year-old. And then there was another one who said, I want 2 15-year-olds at the same time. So this is what we're up against. And, not to leave on a sad note, but this is a really brutal crime that's happening in our community. And without this kind of cohesive, collaborative effort, this mission that we're all on, these young girls and some of the, as survivors mentioned, Pathway, and some of the other more vulnerable victims, they'll continue to be victimized, and they'll continue to lose hope, and they'll continue to be tortured, drugged, and beaten. So to all of you, thank you so much. Attorney General, thank you for, again, bringing us all together. God bless you all. Thank you.
Thank you, State Attorney. That doesn't get you fired up to go fight. I don't know what does. Next, we'll hear from Homestead Chief of Police, Mario Knapp.
First of all, thank you, Attorney General, for the teeth that you've given us in the state of Florida to be able to attack this problem. Your commitment to this has really enabled us to go out and look for these people. And secondly, to Catherine Fernandez-Rundle. Catherine Fernandez-Rundle the state attorney put together a task force, and so that you know what that is, that's basically a multi-agency group where we grab the best of every department and put them together, and it works as a force multiplier for us. We talk about human trafficking, and we're talking a lot about FIFA, and the big gift that FIFA gave me is the timing, which is impeccable, because I was capable of, under the excuse of FIFA, not only have one detective attached to her task force, but now 4 detectives attached to her task force. And that's how committed we are in the city of Homestead. And it's because several years ago I spoke to a victim who was a survivor, and now she's a service provider. And her words to me were what changed my mentality on human trafficking from a law enforcement perspective. And her words to me were, Mario, the problem with human trafficking is that victims don't recognize it in their own story until after they're out of it. And it was that made me realize that we in law enforcement, we think of it, as the Attorney General mentioned earlier, like the movie Taken, but that's not how it happens. It happens under our breath. It's happening in every hotel in Brickell. It's happening in every hotel in Homestead. And that's the thing that we got to attack. And so we've adjusted the way we're operating in the city of Homestead due to your commitment to this, but we were able to adjust the way we run our advocacy services, and that's because we want to make it victim-centric. We now have victim advocates assigned directly to the city of Homestead. They're employees of ours, so that we can track and we can measure our success rate with the way we're dealing with this. So I want to thank you both for it. And by the way, on that operation that we talked about, I had to apologize to Catherine Fernandez-Rundle because we forgot to notify her that on Saturday that operation started on Sunday. The operation itself finished on Tuesday. We made 12 arrests, but on Saturday, while we were running another operation, we ended up communicating again with one of the traffickers and arrested a 13th. So there'll be a 13th photo on your board there. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next, we'll hear from Mark Wilson, CEO of the Florida Chamber.
All right, again, I'm Mark. I run the Florida Chamber of Commerce. It is just an absolute honor to be here today. I have to tell you, uniting against evil, that's a fight worth fighting, isn't it? In that room, thank you. I get to be in a lot of rooms. That room we just came out of with the 50 people in there, we were so united on exactly the same page. And that doesn't happen around the country, but it happens right here in Florida. So just thank you so much. So look, we're all here for the same purpose, right? It's about the kids. And the Florida Chamber wants Florida to be the safest state in the country for people and especially for our kids. Let's keep it in perspective. People move here every day from unsafe places like Chicago. They move to places like Miami because we're so safe. Right? And so with World Cup coming, the world's going to be looking at Florida, specifically at Miami. All eyes are on. What an opportunity for us to get it right. President Nunez, thank you for opening up the facility for one of the most important things going on in the United States today. Thank you so very much for that. Just real quick, to the Attorney General, I travel Florida more than I think anybody, but probably the governor and maybe you. And wherever I'm at, Pensacola, Tampa, wherever I'm at, and we talk about keeping kids safe, they say, have you heard what Attorney General is doing? Everywhere I go. And when I come to Miami, people say, have you heard what Kathy's doing? Right? But yet we sat in a room today and everybody talked about how we're on the same page. There's no disagreement. There's no daylight. But here's the deal. Law enforcement, you're the heroes. You're the rock stars. Law enforcement are on the front line every single day. You're literally putting your life on the line so that we can live ours. So let's be clear. You are on the front lines. But where the business community comes in, we not only owe it to you, but to be the safest state in America means the business community has to be the second line of defense for you. We have hundreds of thousands of companies in Southeast Florida with millions of employees. Many of them have been trained because of the work that you're doing, Attorney General. Now, and Kathy, now people are hearing about this and maybe they've not heard about it before. Last thing I want to say, right, is the Florida Chamber's all in on this, and we'll do everything we can to raise awareness to millions of employees in Southeast Florida. But you're going to hear later from Alfred, who runs the Miami Chamber of Commerce. And I have to tell you, I work with chambers all over Florida. What Alfred's doing, he's second to none in the country with a chamber that said we could do a lot of things, but we're going to protect the kids, and we're going to work with law enforcement. We're going to work with our companies. And so special thanks to you to what you're doing here at the Greater Miami Chamber. Attorney General, thank you for your leadership.
Thanks. Thank you. the business community can be a great help here, and I think
this news conference continuing live right now in Miami. We expect the Attorney General to take some questions here in a couple of minutes as well. We've got to take a quick break right now, though, as it continues, and we'll be right back. Get you right back to this news conference in 2 minutes.
Reporting the roll and pitch program. Let's put Apollo 11 on a proper heading.
Welcome back into Florida Live. Garrett Wymer here. We're continuing to listen to this news conference in Miami, where officials are talking about the fight against human trafficking during the World Cup. This is Brian Griffin, who is the president and CEO of Visit Florida, speaking right now. A couple of other speakers we expect to hear from as well. So let's go ahead and listen in as they detail how they're all teaming up, these business leaders, law enforcement leaders, all joining together in the fight against human trafficking.
Thank you, Mr. Attorney General, and thank you, State Attorney General, State Attorney Catherine Fernandez-Rundle. She's the one who's educated me on this for the past 8 years, and it is a jaw-dropping issue when you get to know it. Listen, I think my friend Mark Wilson said it right. We are not law enforcement. Thank God we have the Sheriff's Department. Thank God we have the FBI. Thank God we have Homeland Security, and that they're all active and leaning in on this. This is really important. But Mark said it right. What we represent, because our businesses are everywhere, we have millions of pairs of eyes that can cast light on an underbelly of our community that counts on us turning a blind eye. Someone said in the other room that it's just going to always stick to me. The eye cannot see what the mind isn't trained to understand. And that's really true. So I'm really urging all of our businesses, I know that our 1,400 businesses in the chamber are doing this, to really avail yourself of the training, to look and make sure that your staff is aware of the problem, just the awareness of the problem and what they can do about it. That is the line that our law enforcement needs in order to trigger their incredible incredible response. So know that we are all with you, both of you, on this. Count us in, and thank you, Mark, for taking the stance that you are, not only to protect our children's safety but also their education. And Madam President left, but I really want to thank her for doing the same thing. She leads in on education and in all things that are important in this community. Thank you all for being here, and count the chamber in. Thank you, sir.
Just a few more, I promise. We'll hear from our great federal partner, FBI, Miami Special Agent in Charge, Brett Skiles.
Well, first of all, thank you to you, Attorney General, and to you also, Kathy Rundle, for letting me come up here and represent the FBI and speak on this truly important topic. Human trafficking is a heinous crime, right? It exploits the most vulnerable in our society. At the FBI, we're committed to combating human trafficking and bringing traffickers to justice, and this pursuit requires diligence to investigating all forms of human trafficking, regardless of the victim's age or nationality. However, uncovering human trafficking criminal enterprises demands investigative rigor and stamina. Oftentimes, these enterprises operate in plain sight, and they may go undetected for months or years, all the while ensnaring dozens of victims before detection. In 2026 alone, the FBI is currently investigating over 1,000 human trafficking cases across the country. And these cases are not pursued in a vacuum. Frequently, they are investigated by local, state, and federal law enforcement through our FBI task forces or through joint investigations. And FBI Miami and our local law enforcement partners work collaboratively to disrupt and dismantle human trafficking networks. And together, our interagency partnerships strengthen our shared mission and impact on South Florida. In anticipation of FIFA World Cup matches, which are prime targets for human trafficking activities, the FBI Miami will be conducting human trafficking operations with Miami-Dade Sheriff's Office, Broward Sheriff's Office, and the Miami Beach Police Department. Our goal is simple: keep South Florida and any visitor safe from being a victim of human trafficking. If you have any information about human trafficking, you already got the phone number. What was it again? 305 Fixed Stop. Or contact law enforcement or call 1-800-CALL-FBI to report it. Thank you.
Jose Figueroa, HSI.
Good afternoon, everyone. Jose Figueroa, Acting Special Agent in Charge for Homeland Security Investigations. First of all, thank you so much. Thank you so much, Kathy, for putting this together. Really appreciate it. Last night, Miami hosted its first FIFA World Cup match, and it was a good one. Welcoming fans from around the world and highlighting South Florida's role as a global destination. As the tournament continues, Homeland Security Investigations is working closely with our partners to combat human trafficking. For most people, the World Cup is a time to come together, support their favorite teams, and enjoy a world-class sporting event. Unfortunately, traffickers may seek to take advantage of that same environment to exploit victims. But human trafficking is not a World Cup problem. It's a year-round crime that affects communities across our country and around the world. Now, large events can create opportunities for traffickers, which is why we're focused on awareness, prevention, victim identification, and coordinated efforts. The people in this room represent one of our greatest strengths: partnership. Human trafficking cannot be addressed by any one agency or organization alone. It requires government, business, community leaders, NGOs, law enforcement standing together in the fight against trafficking.
Officials here talking about the teamwork that it takes in order to take a stand against human trafficking. They're speaking at this news conference live right now in Miami. This is Jose Figueroa, who is a special agent in charge with Homeland Security Investigations Miami. We are out of time here on Florida Live. We appreciate you joining us here on Fox 35 Plus today. We want to let you know we will continue to listen in on this news conference as our digital coverage continues, our live streaming news coverage on Fox Local. Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I want to get you back to this news conference where we are hearing from officials talking about cracking down on human trafficking in South Florida, specifically during the World Cup.
Very much for yours. We've got the closer here, Lizzie Pittenger with Uber, and they do a fantastic job here.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Attorney General and State Attorney, for convening this group for an informative and important discussion today. It really was a privilege to get to hear from you, industry peers, nonprofits, law enforcement, and government leaders on all that is being done to combat human trafficking across the state. This work is more urgent than ever as we welcome the World Cup games and hundreds of thousands of fans to South Florida this summer. At Uber, we know that with this surge in travel comes a heightened responsibility. Major sporting events present both a challenge and a critical opportunity to increase awareness around human trafficking and to equip everyday citizens with the tools to take action. Our approach is guided by a simple premise: awareness saves lives. For many travelers, an Uber ride is part of their journey in a new city. That puts our platform in a powerful position to raise awareness around human trafficking and, with the help of our riders and drivers, make an impact. This summer in Miami, we are turning that commitment into action through several key initiatives alongside our incredible partner that was mentioned throughout the roundtable today. It's a Penalty that is leading the way on human trafficking awareness ahead of major global sporting events. Last week, we sent education materials to our South Florida earners to help them identify the warning signs of trafficking, and importantly, to be able to report those signs to local resources or directly within the app. We are also integrating these educational resources within the Uber app, ensuring that the signs to look for and important information on reporting remain top of mind throughout the tournament. These just-in-time efforts build upon our ongoing education around human trafficking because we've seen just how effective Uber drivers can be as the eyes and ears of the road. Since 2025, all new Uber drivers receive information in identifying and reporting human trafficking as part of their mandatory personal safety training. We believe that by educating our community on the signs of exploitation, we can turn every Uber trip into an opportunity to protect the vulnerable. In addition to our education efforts, I also want to highlight Uber's always-on safety features that protect Uber riders and drivers on every trip beyond the games. Key features include the ability to share your live trip status with loved ones, automated GPS tracking to detect if a vehicle goes off course, and our PIN verification system. We encourage riders and drivers to explore these features ahead of the games to see how they are protected on every trip. I actually encourage everyone here and everyone listening to open your Uber app today. Go to Account, tap the safety icon, and explore the tools that are available to protect you and your loved ones on every Uber trip. Lastly, I wanted to mention our important partnerships with law enforcement. Our dedicated public safety liaison team at Uber is made up of experienced former law enforcement professionals from across the world who work closely with law enforcement to resolve critical incidents and support complex investigations. We have a secure portal that can be accessed at lert.uber.com, which is available 24/7 for law enforcement and public health officials to make emergency requests and get rapid responses from us. Once again, thank you to our Attorney General for your leadership in combating human trafficking across Florida and for uniting this powerful group today.
Thank you, everybody. I know that was a lengthy presentation, but I think it's important for people at home to realize this is all of our duty to pitch in here, and there are so many partners working together to fight for what's right and just. Good and evil is always going to be out there, but we've got to stay one step ahead of it. And with our new legislation, with our new tools, new technologies, more resources, more partners, we are beating human trafficking. Enjoy the World Cup. This is a great historic time. We're blessed here in Florida to have a big role to play. I do have to tell you, I had an event in Fort Lauderdale day before yesterday, and I'm checking into the hotel, and all the employees come up and they're like, "We love you. We are big fans." And I'm like, "All right, good. Law and order guys, and potential voters. This is great." No, they thought I was a player on the Uruguayan team, and they're bringing a bottle of champagne and stuff. And so, of course, I had to not correct them and just roll with it. But honor of a lifetime that I've kept my fitness up enough to look like a soccer player. But be safe, be healthy. If you're out there and you want to do wrong, we're coming for you. More prosecutions than ever. We got a great team of prosecutors up and down the state. They're going to take you down. Giorgio, hey Giorgio, best pro law enforcement business in the state is Santorini's by Giorgio, Miami Beach. Sorry, I just saw you there. God bless you. Thank you all for being here. Love you guys. Take it easy. Have fun.
No questions from Attorney General James Uthmeier, but a lengthy news conference wrapping up in Miami as they talked about how it takes everyone pitching in, from business leaders to folks in the community to law enforcement and prosecutors to really crack down on human trafficking. Let me give you a live look right now at Bayfront Park in Miami, the site of the FIFA Fan Fest going on. They've got a lot of things going on there, and watch parties, all kinds of things there at Bayfront Park right on the Biscayne Bay. Meanwhile, it's just a few miles up the road, Miami Gardens, Hard Rock Stadium. That's where the World Cup matches are being held in Miami. They had one the other day and still have a handful more as the World Cup continues. So we are tracking, let's see, France and Senegal playing right now in New Jersey, Iraq in Norway playing tonight at 6 o'clock, Argentina and Algeria at 9 o'clock, and then another night with a midnight game Eastern time, Austria and Jordan. They are playing that in Santa Clara, California. Right now, we're going to take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back.
Reporting the roll and pitch program, which puts Apollo 11 on a proper heading.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Wymer here, and thanks for joining us on this Tuesday afternoon, live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Facebook. It is a Playbook Tuesday, where we take a look at politics here in the state of Florida. And Fox 35's Johnny Jackson had the chance to speak with Politico reporter Gary Fineout just a few minutes ago to talk about where things stand with the governor's race, the governor's potential vetoes, and some pending bills on DeSantis's desk, and a number of other things in Florida politics and where things stand right now.
So first things first, you've detailed a couple bills headed to Governor DeSantis's desk that may end up being vetoed off of it.
Right. We're sort of reaching the end of the work product from the 2026 session. The last big batch of bills have reached his desk. He still has the budget to act on, which he will be doing that between now and the end of the month, because the new fiscal year starts on July 1st. There are a bunch of bills that reached his desk this week, and we're keeping an eye on a couple of them. One of them is really interesting in the fact that it has to do with how much money that local and state governments would pay in lawsuits against the government. Right now, there's a cap on how much governments have to pay, and it's only been raised like twice in the last 30 years, including, I believe the last time was in 2010. And you had a lot of cities and counties who, during the session, were very vocally opposed to the bill, and they expressed their concerns in part due to property taxes, and that they said, well, if you're going to really curtail the property tax revenue, then we really don't want you to pass this law that would allow people to collect more money when they sue government. Now, mind you, these lawsuits involve acts of negligence when the government is found to have done something wrong, but under Florida law there is a cap on how much the governments have to pay. So that's one of the bills that's on his desk. I'm sure there's going to be some voices asking the governor to veto that. He's not vetoed any bills in what is his final year in office, so we're waiting to see if there are some bills that might not make it.
And when we look at previous years of Governor DeSantis's tenure, is it usual to not see many vetoes?
He usually vetoes a handful of bills, at least a handful of bills every year. That's not unusual for him. He has his disagreements for various reasons. So we're just, I'm trying to keep score because this is his final year, and this will be his last chance to influence things. And so it'll be interesting to see if he goes ahead and signs every bill or if he vetoes stuff. Now, we know he will veto stuff in the budget. He has line item veto power on the budget. He's already made that abundantly clear that he may veto as much as $800 million from a roughly $115 billion budget. He's said several times now in the last couple of weeks that he wants to make sure that this year's budget is actually smaller than last year's.
And we're also seeing from last week, ballot qualifying week. What are some of the big takeaways that you've seen out of there?
Well, I would say some of the big takeaways, of course, is that we saw the shuffling of several seats and how they were impacted by the mid-decade redistricting that Governor DeSantis pushed forward. And basically, you now have races like Darren Soto in Central Florida, where he was in a seat that was considered a relatively safe Democratic seat. He's now in a very competitive seat, and he could lose. Kathy Castor in the Tampa area, same way. She had several people challenge her. But then we also saw some interesting things like we have all these open seats, and we've seen a flurry of candidates file for those. Corey Mills, who's certainly been in the news a bit over the last couple of years, he has a challenger on both the Republican and the Democratic side. So it'll be interesting to see how that plays out. And then there's the contest in South Florida involving a congressional district that had been held by Representative Sheila McCormick. She resigned from that position earlier this year amid a House ethics investigation. And what happened is after redistricting, Debbie Wasserman Schultz, who had a safe Democratic district that had suddenly been completely overhauled by the legislature and the governor, she switched to that seat. And that seat has been held by a black Democrat now for 3 decades. There's been a lot of back and forth about that, but Wasserman Schultz decided to run for the seat, and there are 4 black Democrats who are also challenging for the seat. And right before qualifying ended, they had been talking about whether or not they would all sort of coalesce behind one challenger to her. But in the end, 4 of them wound up running. And so the question is, are they going to divide the vote? And will Wasserman Schultz wind up picking up this seat? It's been very interesting. I mean, Hakeem Jeffries, who is the House Democratic leader, normally backs incumbents who are running for election from his party. He has not endorsed Wasserman Schultz. And so that race is going to be one of the ones that we are going to obviously spend a lot of time looking at between now and August 18th when the primary happens.
And in CD20, is there a chance that national Democrats kind of stay out of it completely until the primary is over?
Well, I think that would. I mean, I think Wasserman Schultz obviously has a lot of name recognition and has people who are going to support her. But yeah, I think the question is going to be is what kind of support or backup she's going to get from House Democrats at the national level, and I just don't know what's going to happen there. It would not shock me if it's basically just kind of plays out, and no one really does get deeply involved.
And we're also seeing a lot of discourse online over the Florida governor's race, specifically whether debates will happen, which doesn't look promising.
Well, right. The Republican Party of Florida months ago said they were going to do this Sunshine State Showdown. They basically suggested that there would be debates in various races. And the issue has been, well, is there going to be a debate in the governor's race? Well, last week, they announced there would not be a debate in the governor's race, and they basically asserted that Byron Donalds is the only person who met internal criteria that they developed. That criteria was based upon fundraising and the amount of donors that he had and what polling had shown. Well, Governor DeSantis, who is still a Republican and still the Republican governor of the state and plays a big role, he basically voiced his displeasure and said that there should be a debate. And so that's been sort of interesting to have the party is now kind of on the defense because of what the governor is saying. And then you have people who are running against Byron Donalds, Jay Collins, the lieutenant governor, and Paul Renner, former House Speaker. They want a debate, and they've asked for one, and so far it doesn't appear there's going to be one. Although I guess there's a television station in Jacksonville that's trying to organize one in July. But interesting enough, there will be debates at the showdown, just not between the governor's candidates. The Republican Party announced today that they're going to have debates among candidates who are running in 2 congressional seats. One is the 19th, which is down in Southwest Florida, and the other is the 25th, which is a seat down in the Broward County area.
How big of a deal would it be for Jay Collins or Paul Renner to appear on a debate stage with Byron Donalds when all the numbers we've seen show them trailing by significant margins?
Well, I think the situation there is, I think kind of depends on who sees it and how much wide, currency does it get. I mean, the thing is if you back in 2018 when we had a wide open governor's race because Rick Scott was leaving at that point in time, there were debates and they were televised across the state. There was a feeling that the debates helped Ron DeSantis against against Adam Putnam, who was the agriculture commissioner at the time. Although one can argue that the endorsement by President Trump of DeSantis was a much bigger factor. I think the issue is whether or not. I mean, when you are a candidate who is in that position, you are looking for something to give you a spark, something to give you momentum, and perhaps there's a moment in a debate that can help deliver that. Conversely, if you are the front runner who is in the position of, well, there's, it looks like it's a done deal. What do you get out of debating? I mean, Byron Donalds told Politico a couple of weeks ago something along the lines of, well, it's not my fault that the others can't get a campaign that's getting a lot of attention. That was sort of the way he put it. But I think what's interesting is you have seen a bit of a discourse. You have seen people who have complained that the party is doing this. There's even been a little bit of back and forth where, DeSantis said that, well, I wouldn't have qualified for debates back in 2018 under the criteria that is being used. That has led to a rebuttal by Evan Power, the Republican Party chair, who said, no, you were polling 17 to 20%, and you had plenty of money in the bank. And I think Byron Donalds may have said something in the last day or two where he also said, well, hey, DeSantis would have qualified. So, they're just trying to put the sort of the onus on the other candidates and saying, well, you haven't done what you need to do. I mean, the issue is, of course, it's just fascinating from a standpoint of, you have David Jolly, who is the Democratic nominee now, and he's going to have a primary as well, but you can already see that he's already trying to look toward November. And I think that Donalds has hoped to do the same, that he wants to frame the race as it's Jolly versus Donalds. But Donalds sort of has to deal with this internal party debate going on. No pun intended, debate about the debates. But it also, remember, we also have an interesting situation with the governor's race in that DeSantis has not endorsed anyone. While President Trump has endorsed Donalds, Governor DeSantis has not endorsed anyone in the race. And there's not a lot of indication that he is going to endorse. So, there's clear that there's not, complete support for Donalds. Even though the polling and what have you shows that he's got a significant lead over his rivals.
And maybe the most controversial, eye-popping, popular thing in the ballot, property tax relief. You've reported on this a lot. What's the latest in the economic analysis and what it could mean for the state?
Well, basically what happened is last Friday, state economists finally sort of took a look at the amendment and its potential impact. And we kind of broadly talk about it would affect your property taxes, but it does have a couple components. The biggest component, of course, is that it would increase the homestead exemption from $50 up to $150 and then up to $250,000 by 2028. But then the other thing that it does is it would limit the growth in annual value, taxable value, from 10% a year to 5% a year for non-residential and commercial property. So there are two elements of it. The economists spent several hours sort of delving into it, and they essentially sort of came to the conclusion, okay, the first year that it would really kick in, which would not be this year, it would be at the tail end of next year if it were to be passed by the voters. That first year, it would probably take about close to $5 billion of revenue away from cities and counties. And obviously, that would be slashed off people's tax bills. The forecast says that between that first year and by 2031-32 fiscal year, the total amount would be $12 billion a year as to the financial impact. And so you have some people who are like, well, the legislature should have fully vetted these numbers before this happened so that people would have a better idea. I don't know if that would have changed the outcome. I mean, I think the support among Republicans was pretty solid. But nonetheless, this is now more information that's going to be kind of thrown out there. There's also there's an ongoing legal battle that's going on. We'll see where that happens. Now, it's important to note that you can't sue to throw it off the ballot. Under the law that exists, the legislature has allowed the Attorney General to rewrite the ballot language and summary in case there's a legal challenge that's successful. But still, it would appear to me that we're going to have a lot of debate and a lot of back and forth. And to your point, I mean, it very well could be, if we think the governor's race is probably going to be the top marquee contest. I mean, we do have a Senate race that could be interesting between Vindman and incumbent Ashley Mooney. But yeah, I think the governor's race, Senate race, and that amendment are probably going to be the big three things on the ballot in November.
So, Gary, what's next in Florida politics?
Well, Well, no, like I said, we got a lot of legal battles. Got some legal battles to fight over the summer, and I think we're gonna, and the next thing is the primary. Where it's not that far away. It's only like roughly 60 days. So the question is, what's going to happen in all these congressional races and then the governor's race and whatnot.
All right, Gary Fineout, Politico reporter. Thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you.
Yeah, Gary Fineout, Politico reporter, speaking with us just a little bit ago. I love the little laugh when we ask what's next in Florida politics, because there is always something happening in Florida politics. We try to keep you on top of all of that, but there is still going to be so much more to come when it comes to that property tax amendment. You expect to hear much more about that. That's something that local governments are meeting and discussing, hearing presentations on, discussing the potential ramifications if this is to pass. Now, remember, this goes on your ballot in November. It requires 60% of people all across the state. If they approve it, then that goes into effect. And remember, this is a $250,000 homestead exemption, so essentially raising that homestead exemption to apply to about 60% of homeowners across of homesteaded property owners, I should say, across the state. That's according to statistics from the governor's office. And then the plan, of course, to double that and increase that even further to apply to even an even wider base of homesteaded property tax owners. But we have heard concerns from a number of localities, cities, counties, leaders all across the state who are worried about what this means for revenue and providing services. But that is one reason that we are also seeing the continued push from the CFO, Blaise Ngolia, who's been going around the state and talking about local governments cutting spending, wanting to see that and pointing out examples of what he believes to be excessive and wasteful spending. We saw him today in Boca Raton, where he was talking about spending in Palm Beach County in South Florida. So expect much more of that in the coming weeks and months before Election Day coming up in November. And also expect more when it comes to the governor's race, because obviously that is the huge, kind of high-profile race on the ballot here, with this being the midterm. So much more to come in Florida politics. That's the long answer and the short answer in all of this. A couple of other things that we have been monitoring this afternoon. Let me give you a live look inside this Senate committee that is wrapped up, or at least taking a break right now, where they have been talking about AI in the classroom, talking about another hot button issue and something that is just on the forefront of folks' minds. It looks like it's coming to an end there. Senator Tuberville taking a photo with some of the witnesses, but that was it certainly continues to be a major topic. We are also tracking the World Cup. Again, France and Senegal right now are tied at 0 in the first half. Still that match right now on Fox 35, and still 3 more matches to come today. So exciting times with that. We are out of time though here on Fox 35 News Plus. Appreciate you joining us on what has been a busy day today on this Tuesday, but don't go anywhere, because we've got Fox 35 Weather Plus coming up next. They are tracking this potential tropical system and also tracking a lot of heat here in Florida over the next
Armstrong reporting the roll and pitch program, which puts Apollo 11 on a proper heading.